for creating everything written, everything that ever was, everything not written, create good, evil, everything that ever will be. So there's nothing that you haven't created. Knowing that, knowing there's no luck, no free will, only self-will and your will, Father's will, agape. So thank you, Father, for the agape. And your timing is perfect. We don't understand your timing, especially in this modern day world where most people don't go by the correct time. They're in a different timeline. They're on a on a lunar calendar, a pagan calendar where they celebrated the birth. We're not supposed to celebrate anything under this covenant. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. So only 2 birth dates in all the scripture. You don't have to have some kind of degree in, you're some kind of biblical scholar or something to know that there's only 2 birth dates in all the scripture. So we're not supposed to celebrate birth. And that was something when I was young, grew up doing that. But he says, come out of my people, just because the whole world does it, doesn't mean the whole world's going off a cliff and you're the only one going in the other direction, right? Don't run, just slow and smooth. They're going to call you crazy, right? You're going to be the one that's nuts. So nuts like a squirrel, got the brain the size of a chipmunk, and nobody needs to tell it to put up nuts. So he said have extra oil. I mean, the eye is the lamp of the body. So our body is the vessel. Remember, the body is the temple. So if the eye is filled with the light, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp, it's filled with light, and they don't mix. Dark and light, oil and water, they separate, right? So he does that. He's the separator. That's the word horizo. Horizo, I am the separator. I separate. I divide the day from the night, the dark from the light. So thank you, Father. The Word. Father is the Word. Hope-a-dash is the Word. That's what Father is. Father is Shiloh. The Word became flesh. That's the one who stands in as judgment. Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart. Remember, there's 2 writers of Revelation. And one has a bow and one has a sword. So 99% of this rock is on some lunar pagan calendar where they are definitely still in the age of deception when we're not in the age of water. No more water. That's the age where the covering between 2 and 3 BC, when the morning star, Venus is the morning star, and these pagan lunar fake religious or non, they say Lucifer is the morning star. There's no such thing as Lucifer. It's not written in scripture. That's not a word ever written in the text, the original text. So there's no such thing as Lucifer. That's real as Boba Fett or Ewok or Anakin Spacewalker. So we're in the age of air, remember? Their sky daddy, all their worship of the gods in the sky, and Father is the word Hope-a-dash, so there's no big bang. There's no, Father doesn't come from balls in the sky. He's the Word. Father is the Word. So most people don't love the Word. They love the world, or they love the balls in the sky, or they love their 2 eyeballs. Either way, they're after their balls. So men and women, Jew and Gentile, all flesh under this covenant, but not everybody. Remember, broad is the way. So Shiloh has the key to the wide gate. Wide is the gate. Remember, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. That's abyss. That's the word that these people use. Hell. There's no such thing as hell. Hell is knowledge. Hell is the lack of knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. He said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge, but they'll spend their eternal time gnashing teeth. Welcome to eternity. You're in eternity now. in case you ain't figured that out. So, but most people are very religious. All of them are vain. They're isms. They don't study. He said, reproof the word. Study it if you want to prove yourself worthy. You'll know my word, and I am the word. So I'm not some ball in the sky. Father doesn't come from, if he created all things and it was all spoken into existence, how does that make him some ball in the sky? We don't come from stars in the sky. He created the stars, sun, and moon. So 98% of the people who walk this rock think they're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour on a planet, and there's no such word as planet. There's no, Father didn't create any planet. So I'm not sure what's wrong with him. He created the stars, sun, and moon. So, but I don't get into that because they think it's 2025, and I don't talk to people who think it's 2025 because it's not 2025. So they're lunatics. Remember? Call the cops. I see a robbery in progress. Lunatics about to steal the show. They get the whole world spinning at 1,040 miles an hour on a planet, right? Planet of the Apes. Think of that evolution. We came from the Big Bang. If man evolved from apes, where are there still apes? Yeah, listen here, grape ape. Freaking, oh yeah. You threw Big Bang right through the wall there, huh? Hate to break it to you. The wall, get it? Oh yeah, Kool-Aid. Oh yeah. You thought it was Randy the Macho Man Savage, huh? Snap it to a Slim Jim. That always cop. Remember that? Everybody always does that. Riding the coattails. Remember? It's what they do. It's called Antichrist. You're not supposed to change anything. If you mirror anything, you Christ-like, and Christ a pagan term never written in the text. So don't say words that are written in the text or we get thrown out of here. He said, don't sup with vipers. Remember, it's written on the tables of the hearts of the bride, now under laws of Old Testament, sacrifice and fee and fine. But this is what religion does to people. It makes them vain and worthless. They don't study the word. It's Hokadesh, ghost. No such thing as ghost. Father's ghost. Now you're going to tell me there's such thing as ghost? Spirit? Oh, now there's spirits. No spirit. What are you going to start burning some Nagachampa or something, like some sandalwood or something, and wear tie-dye? Because your spirits will start giving me some tarot readings or read my palm or some nonsense from fairy. Fairy's a Celtic demon. The demon is the word demonion. It's a liar. That's what a demon is. Remember? The deceiver, the Antichrist, Satan, the adversary, the deceiver. So, guilty. I've been there. For decades, I just thought I could just be lazy or make up my own or listen to people who weren't studying one word at a time. So don't mess up the words. He said don't add even a period. So I don't care what your excuse is. You're a guy, a lady, if you're on your moon, your rag, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to hear it. He said don't add. You're not going to add or take away. I'll blot your name out of that book of life. Book, and it's written on the tables of the hearts of brides. So remember, take your son up at the altar, sacrifice all these altars. No, it's not a, that's what religion does to people, makes them watered down. So he said, eat of the meat and drink of the milk. HD fat, that's where you're at. Father brought you here. Father's timing's perfect. So fat was the best part of the meat. He said, drink of the milk, not watered down. Remember, watered down religion. Words are watered down. He said, don't water my word down. Don't add or take away. Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. With your sugar daddy. Any of this making any sense? Nope. Not America. Makes no sense. Nope. Don't want to hear it. Not a single penny. Copper top there. No, I didn't have tacos. What did I have for Tuesday? Yesterday I had eggs. Yes, I had breakfast tacos. So I had tacos. Today I had meatloaf. So yesterday tacos. Chili today, hot tamale. How about that, eh? So, no, just kidding. That's just being silly. It's like liquor in the front and poker in the rear, right? We've got a whole buffet bar going on here. Got liquor and poker and tacos. Taco Tuesday. It's Show Us Your Taco Tuesday. So, what's your favorite taco? Let's talk about it. I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. Any questions? We can talk about it. So, but I do love my tacos. You know me. So, I'm addicted to. I'm hooked on tacos like phonics. Work for me, right? So, can always have tacos. How did you know that you died and you were in heaven? Well, I ate tacos every day until I wailed for eternity. I just had tacos for every meal. And burritos too. I only eat burritos on days in Y. So just think about it. It's just a unrolled, well, it's a rolled taco. That's a taquito, right? So rolled tacos. I like taquitos too. I have a thing for Hispanic food, but I like all food. You know, I'm food oriented. You know me. I'm like a squirrel. I'm always trying to get a nut. So I'm that Noah guy. I'm always putting up that extra. I have an ark, remember? Built an ark filled with food. That's what I do. I'm like a modern day. A lot of the subscribers over there, well, followers on TikToks, I don't really do the follower thing. We do move most of the ministry over here. Is called me Noah. Said I was a Noah. So, but we should all be a Noah. Like I said, does somebody need to tell you to put up nuts? Brain's got a squirrel. Narrow, that's the word hados. Hados, narrow. Hamashiach said, Hados, I am the Aletheia. I am the Dos, I am the Aletheia, and I am the Harizo. I am the way, the truth, and I am the separator of the dark, the light. When I separate them, I imprison them in their Praharizo. I am the Harizo. I predetermine them. I separate them in their sin and their flesh, birth to the dust, go back to the dust, and I pull them to my light, fighting, call out to their wicked hearts that are continuously filled with wicked, seek after me. Not one of them would, not even one of us. So, can't be saved. No such thing as free will. No such thing as accepting Christ, right? No, I'm the separator. Father is the pure light without blemish. It's the sin that makes us, right? Yeah. Oh, see, notice it's the flesh that makes us sin. Born of this corrupt dust, right? This rock given unto, he created the stars, sun, and moon. Remember? From the dark, all this was created. The light was created from the dark. You have not sat down and read the word, have you ever once? The world doesn't love the word. They love the world. So they don't have any, remember? Prohorizo, Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image. Predestination is the word prohorizo. I am the horizo. I am the separator. I am the hados. I am the narrow way. Narrow is the way. Enter through the straight gate. Straight is the gate. There's two gates, remember? The Hamashiach has the key to the wide gate, because most people are in the broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, and he tells us to enter through the straight gate, because narrow, Theolobos, not going to fit through that straight gate unless you get pitched. That's the Greek word. Nobody studies the Greek anymore. Why don't people study the Greek? Remember, it was an old Jewish book written in Greek. Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. 613 laws, statutes, commandments was the law. We're not under the law. Remember, he fulfilled the law. It's a flesh, celebration, fee, fine, ritual only by faith. Faith and faith alone are we saved. But to be saved, you have to endure. You have to die to be saved. You can't be saved to the seventh shofar, the last trump. Trump, right? No, Trump. He's acted like it, isn't he? With his 58-story tower, Nimrod's tower. Nimrod had a 58-story Babylonian tower. His Babylonian tower is in Manhattan, right? Decorated with Mithra, the sun god. Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th. What do you know? The Massey, the god of eating flesh, human flesh, the Saturn. The Saturn. Saturn. and they prayed to Saturn. I think it's slow the sun. So. Whoa! Watch out for your Broadway Jesus. Jesus is the Antichrist. Ah! Uh-oh. We lost our visuals. Thank you, YouTube. We lost all our visuals. I have no more visuals. We don't need visuals. My screen is black. Black! Why do you do that, YouTube? Hold on, we're going to try to fix this. Uno momento. What the heck, YouTube? YouTube. We're back. My bad. My bad. All right, so wide is the gate, right? There's two gates. There's the straight gate and there's the wide gate. The wide gate is because you're in, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. What are you doing? Are they working on that road again? I hear them there. They're bringing up that. No. I'm have to take it off, huh? Good ears. Good ears. You've got good ears, Mr. Pants. All right, so what are we doing here today? We're talking about the word, right? The narrow way. That's through tribulation. The only way you go through the narrow way is through suffering and through fiery trials. As a baptism, to be continuously burnt and put through a high crucifixion, like a crucible, to be crucified and to suffer for his Shem, for his name, not for letters that are 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, like an alphabet, but all the words, minus the ones that were blotted out, the ones that, you know, your Shem will be written in the book of life, not your Shem. Your name, not your name, it says Shem. So Shem is your verb, is believe is a verb. You can't believe in a Bigfoot or a Jesus or a God or a title. You can't know what the word believe. It's an action word. So most people don't put any actions on their, especially when it comes to their words. So actions speak louder than words, but when you listen to what they say, they don't know the words that are in the book. They don't speak in the scriptures on the scrolls, the ones that were written on the tablets and pounded out on the rock, and they go by some perverted. They add and take away from the original text, where he said don't even add a period, don't add a comma, a jot or a yod, or, well, a yod is a letter. Don't add a tittle, or jot or a tittle. Those are the smallest of the punctuation in the Old Testament in the Hebrew, but they don't study any Hebrew. They don't speak any Hebrew. You don't have to speak Hebrew. It'll help you if you study the language. And he was a Hebrew Israelite, right? The text is translated to Aramaic, right? And you can't do that and then translate it in English. It gets lost in translation. That's not what transliteration is. Not changed. Translation is changed. That's idolatry. He said don't do that. No, porneia is the Greek word. Froward is the Hebrew word to pervert, add, twist, warp, change. And that's the very last words. And he is the words that he left us with. So that's why I try to steer people away from religions, because they're vain. And that means worthless. He said that he doesn't dwell, the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Right? The Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. So the body's the temple. We need to have a relationship with the Word, not some religion. He doesn't dwell in a house made by rock or block or brick with a barger or mortar or rafters or whatever kind of shape you want to take. That's not the temples. You know, he doesn't dwell within the hands. The body's the temple, and Father creates all things. So your mother made you, but no, your mom made you. Your mother is the word, is the correction. Your father, honor thy father in the Old Testament is not your dad. Your dad is your dad. Your father is father. He said, call no man father, call no man teacher, call no man reverend. So careful. These religions are very vain, and they don't study at all the word, and they don't reproof each other with the word, and they don't, even when they Bible, they don't even, Bible is such a childish term for what is the scriptures were pounded out in the scribe tablet rock scrolls. No, Jesus is Satan and God is a title. So this is what the word does to people. So Jesus was never written in the text. Jesus is Satan, 100% Mithra, the sun god, birthed on December 25th. So born in a manger, mass A, the eating of human flesh. God is a title. No, those were never written in the tablets. No, demons is I don't have demons. The demon is not, it doesn't say demon, it says demonion. And if you don't own a lexicon, do you, Matthew? You are some watered down religious idiot. No, there's no such thing as demon possession. So Jesus is Satan. There were no J's in Hebrew or Greek. If you can't be corrected, then you are a ass. And the Hamashiach would call you a brutish beast, brutish in nature. You have an unwillingness to learn. So there's no such thing as a devil. It doesn't say devil. The devil is no word that never was ever written in the text. Doesn't say devil. This is what religion. Father, thanks for sending in one of these religious idiots. You know what I'm saying? They don't ever sit down. They don't own a lexicon, a concordance. They don't sup with those are the concordance. You would know what you would know what the word is if you'd studied in Hebrew or Greek. You wouldn't come in here and try to say to me, Jesus, the letter J didn't exist in Hebrew or Greek. So Jesus is 100% Satan, birthed on December 25th. So don't come in here with Jesus is God nonsense. God was never written in the original text. There's no Lucifer. There's no planet. There's no Lord. There's no Christ. All these terms, go somewhere else or I'll just moderate you out of here. So you sound like some childish religious idiot. So this is when you don't sup with a word and you don't own a concordance or a lexicon and don't use your eSword app and you believe some man in a pulpit and you don't sup with the Father, is the word Hokadesh. They don't speak any Hebrew, none at all. And I'm not saying you have to be able to speak fluent Hebrew. It was the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That was the law called the Torah. This is what religion does to people. It waters them down and they won't read the word at all. And if they have a version of the word, it's perverted, it's bastardized, and they rape the word of Father. So that's Hokadesh, right? Spirit. So Father doesn't exist. They used to think people had what this person's saying was if they sneeze, they say, bless you. You're not supposed to bless anybody. Don't tell people bless you. There was some demon entering into their, right? Their demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. And this way, the Hamashiach cast the unclean truth. The man said he was legion, many lies, out of the church. Remember? They don't read the word at all. So that's okay. I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep. Most people go to hell. Hell is not below your feet. There's no such thing as planet. Heaven's not above your head. It's not 2025. So you won't agree with me, and that's just fine. I don't want to hang around people. He said, don't sup with vipers. You're a viper. And I'll know you by your fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. He said, don't sup, right? And don't cash your pearls. He is my treasure. Remember? My crown. You have to have a crown to sit at the feet. Crown, the one who was crowned, hung on a tree. Nobody ever hung from crosses, so you're going to have to get out of here. If you disagree with me, you can just go somewhere else. I'm not here to try to change goats into sheep. You know, goats, greatest of all time. MAGA high priest of the Satan church. Do as thou will. There's no free will. It's self-will. Father divorced his bride for people making up their own Torah, their own Shem, their own Agape, their own law, their own pornea. That's why he discussed, you don't speak any of these words because you're some religious idiot. Idiot's giving you the benefit of the doubt, meaning you don't know or you never heard it or seen it at all ever in your life. And so that's not an insult. I call people idiots, they freak out. I tell people there's no such thing as Jesus, they freak out. If you go through the writing, you want to do the translation. Okay, what about when Paul said another Jesus then? How about another Jesus? That term's never written in the Old Testament, or is it in the New? J, there's no J in Greek, so there can't be Jesus, but okay. I rebuke, you can't rebuke me in Jesus' name. It says Shem. Like your Shem will be written in the book of life, and it's not some 3 or 5 or 6 or 8 letter word. It's you'll know them by their fruit. So have your loins girded in my service. Remember, not by works are we there. Faith without works is dead, but you don't study. Believe is an action word. It's not a verb. So you can't believe in Bigfoot or God or Jesus or Anakin Skywalker. None of that. That's not what believe means. 99% of people use that word incorrectly. You can't believe in something. Believe is not up here. That's not what the word believe means. It's a verb. Go back to school. And that's what I'll do. I'll school you in here by giving you the correct word. And if you can't be reproofed or corrected, then you're just an ass. And if that's that's what you do. You're supposed to go back and reproof each other in the book of Timothy. You don't ever read the scriptures at all, do you? Bible is a term that means book, and you read a bastardized version. Well, you've left, some contract of the original, and you've started changing, and that's, I don't mean to go there, but a separation, or raping. You're raping his word because there's no vowels in Hebrew, so it's not Yeshua, or it's not Yahweh, or it's not Yahuwah, or it's not, that's not, there's no vowels in Hebrew. So he said, don't add a jot, that's a period. A tittle, that's a comma, right? And now you're adding yods or your own version, and that's idolatry. He said, don't do that. So if you're telling me that, oh, damn, that's a bummer. So just be careful with your words in here. If you can't be corrected, then you're an ass. That's what you're called. You're an ass. You have a brutish beast, brutish in nature. You can be corrected like a stubborn goat or a mule. They can't be, they're hard to, some people want to receive no correction. And so Father's the word. If I can't correct you with the word, then I don't care to even sup with you. I won't. As a matter of fact, he tells me not to. Father doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. Hell's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. God is not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. None of those things exist in the form that it's not 2025. You can't be saved. You can't accept Christ. There's no free will. There's no luck. There's no fortunes. There's no Lucifer. All these things you keep adding to the text. I won't allow you to do that here. So take your 2 big feet and get out of here right now. Kick rocks. Whatever you want. Call it. The word nice means to be stupid. I'm not here to try to be nice to you. If you're loved by the world, that's if you're agape. Loved, agape. If you do the things of the world, phileo. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Remember, Thomas said to Peter, who struggled with these worldly things, because you seem to think it's okay to do what the world is doing. And he said, come out of it, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. But you seem to think it's okay to tell me it's 2025. It's not 2025. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. Those are no J's in the Old Testament, nor is there in the new old Jewish book written in Greek. So stop adding to the text. The Trinity is Catholicism. This is the Trinity. God of 3 genders, Baphomet. Jesus Christ, Satan, the Son God. There's your 3 genders. That's why they do the cross, because nobody hung on crosses. Nobody hung on crosses. Nobody hung from crosses. So you have to wake up. You worship Satan and you just don't know it, and that's okay. You are the adversary, and you can't seem to figure out that New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. So you're all spun thinking that this is okay, but it's not. You do this perversion of this sex worship of this lunar god and goddess and the sun god and the son of the god, which was Tammuz, who had sex with his mom because he loved rabbits, and they had sex like rabbits. Silly rabbit tricks for kids. Not those kind of tricks. There's where your pedophilia comes from. Catholicism, that wheel that I just showed you, the Catholics do the Baphomet worship. That's been around long before Catholicism, but the Catholics rebranded the deadly head wound that was healed in scripture that we were told not to celebrate by the 2 pontiffs. That was outlawed. That was rebranded by Constantine in the 12th century in Rome. But you don't study any of this. And it doesn't make me better because I know it. He said, don't boast because you know, but well, if you don't go share it. So you got to stop telling yourself that it's okay that, the whole world's doing it. And if it's going to be a problem, is the 2025 Jesus die on the cross for us to wash our sin away? Yeah, nobody died on any crosses. So that's paganism, Satanism. The pagan Ankh, that's Satanism. The cross, nobody hung from crosses. You've been, your mind, you've been frontal lobotomized. You've never taken enough time to sat down and studied any of the original customs. You have to study a lot more than just the word. The word is Hokadesh. The names have not been changed to protect the innocent. You know, Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. There was no sodium involved. You want to unzip your priest, pastor, deacon, reverend. He said, call no man reverend, call no man teacher. That's the word prophet. A false prophet is the word scorpizzo. And those are the very first that he deals with in returns, the people who added to his word or told anybody else about his word. And it's not one of those things where you can sit there and hide behind an atheist because I figured out he's not in a temple because I don't want to have a relationship with the world. You have to go out and share the gospel. Don't boast because, you know, my disciples bear your cross. I thought you said there was no, that's a term, crucifixion. We must be crucified. They crucified men on stakes or what was known as a tree. You know, they would stake you or nail you to a yoke or to a stock, nail you to a stock exchange, the U.S. stock exchange. That's what they've done to this U.S. public. But they don't care. They go to work and serve the beast, the 9-to-5 beast dollar. The beast is America. The beast is the dollar. No other makes Rome look like child's play. The Rome never died. The head of an eagle coin. Hello, you know. Oh wait, we don't even do that anymore, do we? Now they got all kinds of different funny. Oh, they clipped a penny, copper top. America makes no sense. Not even a single cent, not one penny. November 12th, the last time ever made a critical metal on November 6th on your pagan calendar. I'm going to use your pagan calendar. You won't know what I'm saying. You do all this worship of the sun god in the middle of the new year. So if I don't tell you, start thinking that, you know, I'm talking about some whatever. Your mind is being melted. It's not 2025. There is no gods in the sky. We are locked in the firmament. You're not on some spinning spiral arm of the galaxy. The constellations disprove and debunk the heliocentric model. And hate to break it to you, on the heliocentric model, you're already in space. Why would you need to go to space there, space farce? Space is not north and south. He said, I am the horizo. I am the horizo. Remember? This north and south worship is this Baphomet worship of the aligning of the sun and the new year in the middle of the winter. But you're doing this abyss worship. You don't see what you're doing. You think it's innocent, but it's not innocent. You keep celebrating and banging and giving all your oath to this celebration. We're not even supposed to celebrate a single day. Not one day. We're supposed to bear our cross, crucified. They hung people from trees. They would stake you or nail you, just like your stock exchange or your Monster Energy drink unleashed the beast. 666 is the number of man, not the beast. You're a child. They staked him or nailed him to a yoke, like they put a yoke around your neck, and that's what they carried, and they raised that yoke on a tree, raised him, and then they nailed his feet. 666. Those are the Hebrew letters for Va, 6, and 6 in the Hebrew, 666. That Monster Energy logo you see on everything, that represents the nails they put in the Hamashiach's hand, and they stretch him back on a tree so he couldn't breathe. That's why they did that I can't breathe ritual on, 311, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Wrong crown. If you don't have a crown to set at the feet of Father, right? No, Shiloh. Because if not, you put yourself under the Old Testament. Remember, they put a crown of thorns on him, told him to put on the King of the Jews. They nailed that to the tree. They staked it or nailed that to the top of the tree. Read the scripture. It doesn't say cross. Nobody was hung from crosses. You got to stop telling yourself you're spinning on the spiral arm of the galaxy there, Squidward, little starfish, whatever you are, spiral arm of the galaxy. There's no galaxy, universe. Get away from me. God's in the sky. Fallen does not mean from the sky. Heaven is not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. See, you do what this whole world is doing, and that's why you're spinning on a ball with them on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. Father never created one planet. He created the stars. They said there would be signs in the stars, the sun, and the moon. In Genesis, he created the stars, sun, and moon for times and seasons. Where the hell do you get this word planet from? Planet, huh? He didn't create planets. You don't live on a planet. So take your Planet of the Apes and your big feet and your fallen big feet from the sky. They shaved down and they got giant big feet. They like shaved them down and now they're having sex with 5-foot frame. They take their magic school buses and shove them in 5-foot women frames, right? That's some kind of space farce. So why do you keep adding and perverting? Heaven is not a celestial, that is the word firmament. Do you ever read the book of Psalms? The heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. It's declared in the stars, on Psalms, or the line, the ecliptic plane, day after day, night after night. You know, goes out like a clock. Doesn't even say anything, huh? Well, what do you know? You got a day and a night. It divides. That's what it does. Remember, he said, I divide the dark from the light. I am the Rizzo. Stop celebrating this north and south god of this sun god. You know, this is not helpful. Okay, good job there, Dirt. Is this helpful for you too? I'm going to send these 2 witnesses right here, dirtbag. He said he would too, that always steal the lying eyes. Goodbye. Chill it out of here, Joe Dirt. It's not helpful. Well, guess what's not helpful? For you to just sit there like a bump on a log. You're probably just retarded, like a carburetor. It's just not going in. Your orifice, you can't put that square peg in that round hole. Won't fit in your eardrum. That's the way Father made most people. Deaf. Most people enter by the wide gate. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, hell, which is not below your feet. So not helpful for you because it's doing exactly what Father said. It's falling on deaf ears. Deaf ears. To be restrained, laid on her back. She cannot be, she's screwed like a carburetor, throttled down, more or less advanced in the opening, restrained or but we don't know what we're talking about. So this is too advanced for me, right? So helpful. What do you need? Some help? Go to church or something, right? Helpful. I'm not trying to turn goats into sheep. What do you think I'm here trying to cast my pearls before swine? No, we throw that out of here. Father condemns and separates the wheat from the chaff. We just don't sup with vipers. Be a viper? So stop being a child. If you don't agree with it, go somewhere else. Hang out with some other bunch of monkeys, barrel of monkeys, people who believe in evolution, that man evolved from apes, or some kind of idea that we came from some big bang, or they think it's okay to say Jesus or Lucifer or planet or why do you say these things? These are not in the text. These are words that were never written in the text once. Why do you even like the celebration? Under this covenant, we're not supposed to celebrate even a single day. No, Jesus is not the Lamb of God. Jesus is Satan, the Sun God. Lopez, you need to get over your letter J's, okay? And there is no Jesus, and we've been taught they can't go to heaven without going through Jesus. There is no Jesus, but that's not what you're saying. That's not what it says. That's not what you don't know what you're saying. You're watered down. You've just been taught. Heaven's not above your head. You don't die and go to heaven. That's not what heaven is. You don't die and go to hell. What happens is you die every day to the world. And you never sit down with the lexicon ever once and try to discover, discern, spiritually filter, celestially filter anything. So you're watered down. And that's what happens when you don't have a relationship with the word and you have a relationship with some dude on YouTube or some man in some pulpit instead of having a relationship with the word. So look at this, though. Katie says, but there is no Jesus. There's no J. So, Katie, I'm going to throw you out of here if you cannot be reproofed with the word. Tell me where there's a J in Old Testament or new Old Jewish book written in Greek. And I have them right here sitting next to me, and I can pull them out. Tell me where there's a letter J once. Where does it say Jesus one time? Katie, Lopez, love. It doesn't say love. Never says love in the Old Testament or New Testament. Doesn't say that word either. Never says love. That's not a word ever written in the text. So you need to grow up, Katie. You act like a little girl. Coming here, you're going to get sent out of here. This is an adult-only stream. So no children in here. Nope, doesn't say Bible. No, doesn't say in the Bible. There's no J's in the Old Testament. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. So the scripture that you read, this term that you use is so childish, just so you know. No, you're a child. You act like a child, and you could be 70, 100 years old. See this term you're using here? Bible, that means book. This wasn't written on paper, Katie, just so you know. There's no J's. Just so you see here, right here, look, because I have the actual 12th century book right here, right in front of me. And there's only one accepted text that was written in Greek, in Hebrew, and there's no J's in Old Testament and I'm not going to argue over a letter. But if you're going to sit there and try to tell me, because you need to sit down and slow the hell down and have a relationship with the word. You think you know something. You don't know it. It took me decades. You know what I'm saying? Okay, good. Dirt. Yes. You know what? Look, dirt. Yeah. You know what? Dirt. Father created all things, so you can take it up with Father. That's the beautiful thing. You know what? There's no such thing as free will. Yeah, I've never banned anybody. I might personally ban that person. No, I won't do it to them. They'll have to just see their feed, and they'll just have to sit there and shut up next time and be quiet. If they want to learn anything, you cannot. I don't know what you're saying. No, you don't. There, Eli, do. Doesn't ring. Most people falls on deaf ears. Most people go to hell. Remember the key to the gate that's on. Remember on the chain to the abyss. No knowledge. So. That's because you don't define the words. This is an old Jewish book written in Greek in the 12th century. There's no J's in Greek. So there is no such thing as Jesus. That's not, you know, and I'm not going to fight over a letter because that's stupid. That just shows how little you've actually taken time to sit with this word and even understand what's in these books. It takes a lot more than just reading words to have a relationship with this word. Cultures, customs, there's a difference between an idiot and an idiom. The book is full of parables. Christ was not hung from a tree. Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. Oh, he was hung from a tree and not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. You use words that were not in this text. So if you're going to use these terms, you need to know what they mean, meaning definition. And you only translate. You don't transliterate. So if you can't transliterate, then you don't have a relationship with the word. You have a relationship with the world and a relationship with your own idolatry. So, Katie, if you ever had the right text, well, don't call me your brother. I don't know if he said, I'll call people brother, but remember, we don't sup with vipers, Eli. Okay, I'm trying to correct Katie, and somebody who cannot be corrected, the Hamashiach, the Messiah, that's the Hebrew for Hamashiach. There was no such J and if you want to use a translated name, that's a translation. He said, don't do that. Don't add. That's translate. Idolatry, pornea. Hebrew is froward, means to add or twist or warp or take away. So I'm not going to let you come in here into this ministry and pull your worldly nonsense. Nobody died on a cross, Katie. You don't even know. Okay, Katie, this is now I'm going to make an ass out of Katie, right? No, Katie is making an ass out of herself. Okay, because Katie has never studied the scriptures. Even if she just read the book of Acts, it says in the book of Acts, cursed he will hang it from a tree. That the cross is pagan. That's an unk. The cross, the crucifixion, although it might say to bear your cross because you have a version of it, but the cross is a term to be crucified, and nobody was crucified on crosses. He formed the shape of a cross. Who gave you the canon of scripture? I didn't canon. And look at you, Yeshua. So listen here. This is a Satanist, right? Praise Yeshua, because there's no vowels in Hebrew. So already this person is doing exactly what the text, and he's going to ask me about the canonization that was done by Constantine in the 12th century. See what I'm saying? Already. The 12th century. Remember, it wasn't written on any paper form, or it was written on scrolls, tablet, rock. The scribes pounded out Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the law, not some religion. So religious people get fired out of here real quick because they speak their religious nonsense. I have a relationship. I have concordance, lexicons. I have the ability to study the Old Testament in the actual text that it was written in, because I have the 12th century canonized, where they pulled out all the versions of the word that were not able to be transliterally defined, not without change, jot or you. They even in the 12th century ran into, at the Council of Nicaea, to words they had to translate back then. And it's what century now? And they couldn't figure out the words back then because it had been how many years? Hadn't been that long, huh? since they had translated, and now it's been how many centuries later? And they still struggle back then, right? Because it's been how many years at the Council of Nicaea at the time in the 12th century from the Old Testament? Do the math. You're not getting any version unless you study this exact text that I have here, which is an old 12th century where they pulled 300 men and they used their dictionaries, which is called a lexicon. I'll speak some English for you. Webster dictionary. A lexicon in Old Testament is a dictionary, okay? So I have the Dead Sea Scrolls. What the hell you want to know about the Dead Sea Scrolls for, though? I've got them in this book right here. What is the day they were rejected because they were not aligned with were they canonized? No, because they weren't in line with the gospel and they weren't aligned with the definition. Too many changes, too many variables. Father is the one who allowed the canonization because Father creates all things. Even everything not written and everything that ever will be, Father is the creator. Yeah, that's the way it works. So do not try to come in here and push your version of something that has, we're not meaning defined. Because if you don't define, Father is the word, Hokadesh. So you have to define the words that are in this book. This is the 12th century. These books were canonized, and even back then, they could not literally define. Transliterate means no change to the definition or a yod, a letter, in any of it. Transliteration and translation are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Do you understand? Translation is not transliteration. Translation is idolatry, and he told us don't do that. So you're not going to come in here with a name like Yeshua and think you're going to tell me about the canonization. You obviously didn't even understand the canonization of the process of why they even took 22 of the books out of the text to make 66 total of 53 of the old and 13 of the new to make 66 total books that were aligned with the gospel, Old and New Testament, because remember, once it was written on tables of stone in the book of Colossians in Paul's writing, Old Testament, 613 laws, statutes, commandments of flesh, he said when he hung on a tree that the laws were fulfilled. It was fulfilled. We're still under, remember, not Old Testament laws of flesh, but there were 613 statutes, commandments. He did not abolish the law. He fulfilled all the laws of flesh. Now we're under this covenant. We're not under laws of flesh. So do you know which laws of the Old Testament that are laws of flesh? You don't know shit, Eli. Get the hell out of here. Go outside and have fun. Get out of here, child. You don't know nothing. You don't know anything about crucifixion. You don't know anything about being a witness. I'm not saying to not do that, man. What a moron. Just sit there and not even try to have a relationship with the word. You can't help people, brother, sister. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Most people go to hell. Most people enter by the wide gate. There's the key to the wide gate. Right there. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. It's on a chain. That's why they got you tied to the blockchain, nailed to the U.S. Stock Exchange. Are the books of giants, Enoch's, witches, and knights fictionists? No, there's more than one Enoch. So which Enoch and which author? See, you're talking out of Enoch, but which Enoch and which author? Two different Enochs, two different authors. That's the society, brothers, sisters, and I'm not Christian. You just, if you can be reproofed, you don't have thin skin. You'll just hear me out. I'm a magi. You know what a magi is? So Enoch for me is kind of like my, because it talks about obviously these celestial markers that it doesn't talk about like it talks about in any other book. But giants, get your Bible right. So Katie, what are you saying here? There's no such thing as Bible. Unhide Katie real quick here. Let's see what this idiot has to say here, because we're going to see if she can start defining any words. And then we'll get her back out of here to prove that she's probably just an ass, because she already made an ass of herself last time. Because I told her there's no such thing as Bible, but we'll see. Unhide this person. Let's show everybody, because it's man and woman. Women were given a voice. So you were unhidden, Katie. So Katie, you're going to have to not type anything in here. And if you don't stop typing in here and you can't prove anything in here, it's called reproof. You have to use the word. So you're going to have to stop typing. You're going to have to slow down and show me that you know one word at a time, or you're not welcome in here. I need you to define the word abyss. A-B-Y-S-S. YSS. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. A king? A king, okay? The word is angelos in the Greek. You probably don't have that kind of book because you're telling me book. There's no such thing as book. Be quiet, Katie, or you're gonna get silenced in here because I don't sub with vipers. So if you put anything else, just this is proof of what an ass is. Women are asses too, and it's kind of a bummer because it's Mary that declared that the Hamashiach had risen. The neatly folded mask giving women, because women couldn't even speak in the church before. So it's trying to show people, but Katie can't be reproofed. Then she's an ass. Jew and Gentile, man and woman. So you need to be quiet, Katie, or define or tell me I don't know what the word abyss is. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, Katie. This is an ass. This is a Satanist. This is a Nephilim. Katie's a Nephilim by definition. She's pushing her own version. Katie's a Nephilim. Katie is a Nephilim. If she owned a lexicon, she would know what that meant. So we're going to go back to somebody who said something about Christopher. I was raised by the Bible and recently. Chris, why are you talking to Katie? And you could talk to Katie, but hide Katie because Katie's out of here. Really Christ-like of you, full of love. Okay, what the hell does that mean? So anyways, let's go back to this conversation where Chris was making a comment about Enoch. And now he's over talking to Katie, which has already been thrown out of the room because Katie's a Nephilim. So now if you want to stay in here, since you're talking about the book of Enoch, Katie is out of here. Now, Chris, now you're on Much Love. You're on the hook here, Much Love, because there's no such thing as Christ was never written in the text. It doesn't say the word love. The word is agape. So you're out of here. If you say anything else out, you need to be quiet for a minute and I'll get back to deal with you because that's how this channel works, or you'll just be moderated. You don't know anything about the Hamashiach. You don't know anything about the scripture. I can already tell because it doesn't say love or it doesn't say Christ. Those terms were never written in the Old or New Testament. So, well, love, the term that you use. So, okay. So goodbye, Chris. Goodbye, Chris. Get Chris out of here. I asked him the question about which Enoch, which author. Couldn't answer my question. Try and ask Chris. Chris can't be learned. Chris is way off of the gospel. Goodbye, Chris. There's my 2 witnesses for Chris. So next, love. Love. Tell me what it means, love. It doesn't say love in the Old Testament, or does it say in the New Testament. There's a word that was there, and you've used a word that is not in the text. I'm going to have you use the word that was there. Didn't say love. Okay? So tell me what it says. Much love, right? Because you said you didn't like my ways, the way I speak. Way is the word hados, okay? You said, really Christ-like of you, full of love. So love is never written in the text. Because remember, he said, Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me. Peter, do you agape me? So why do you use words that were not written in the text? Because he said, don't do that. And you're going to try to reproof me with the word. Do you even know what the word says at all? Because it doesn't say these terms that you are written, that you wrote down here. You're doing exactly the very last things he spoke to us to follow, if we're a disciple, is to not add or take away. And you already are doing that. So if I can correct you, then you can be reproved with the word, and hell, you might even end up with a wrench if you can be corrected. But if not, you're just a mule, like a donkey, like an ass, and broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. You see that key? That key is to the gate that leads to the abyss. Abyss is the word hell. I can ask most people that come in this chat what the definition of the word hell is, but they can't give me the definition of it. So they're not welcome here because he tells me not to sup with vipers or cast my pearls before swine. I can tell you the word nice means to be stupid. So I'm not here to make friends with you. Okay. Okay. Doing demonic hand signals. So let's see if Mr. Saint, which means servant, can you define the word demon? Saint, no. You put yourself on the hook there. Don't retract your message. Now you have to define the word demon. You have to define the word demon. Like my 2 witnesses that I'm sending you right now, like a goat that can't be learned, different than a sheep, like a horn, different. Yeah, the ram's horn, the final trump. So don't backpedal Now you need to step up to the mic, or you'll just get moderated out of here too. Well, I'm not here to be. It says if you're loved by the world, and I asked love. Now I said agape. I hadn't heard shit out of them, have I? Dung, feces, squat, nothing. So if you're a child and you can't be reproofed with the word, and you got some soft skin because you're a religious person, then you're not welcome here. The Hamashiach stood up to religion, the law, and church, the church. Yes, he did, and they threw him in jail. So you're not a disciple of Christ if nobody's trying to throw you in jail for standing up to perversion of the beast system, because that's what he did. He stood up to the beast system. They had perverted his father's word. So you're going to use words, faith, hope, and love, but that's just a bunch of watered down nonsense. So much love, you're going to have to give me the definition of the word abyss, hell. And I've already defined it in here, or you're going to moderate it out of here. So connection, keep your eye on love with this nonsense, drinking the hopium and slamming the Kool-Aid, whatever they're doing. Define the word abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, the king of the abyss. The word is angelos. Angel is the word angelos, and the definition of angelos, angel, is messenger. So they have a king over them. They have a messenger of the abyss. That is hell. Give me the definition of hell, or get the hell out of here. You're wasting space in this chat room. I don't want to see your jots, tittles. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Take your little puffy sugar marshmallow bunny somewhere else. Energizer bunny. You're not going to keep going in here. Nope, we'll copper top your ass, cut you off like a brake. Copper's a brake. You just don't know anything about what you're talking about. Oh, well, Dodge, I'm just trying to go slow down. I want to go one word at a time in this ministry. It really helps people if we start going, hey, minute, I don't know that one word. He's telling me I thought that one word meant that thing. And so if you'll just slow down and unstudy and restudy, you'll start learning. That's what took me. It took me a decade. It was a long time, more than a decade of learning incorrectly and having to go back and unlearn my own poor ways and my own lazy ways and my own poor teachings. But when I went back and started studying the word one word at a time, and I defined every word, then it started to make more sense to me. And the gaps that were not there that I couldn't seem to get, or even Father would put the block on me. Wah. I just wasn't. Thank you, Father. Could have learned. I would have taken even more time to have to unlearn. So I stick to the words that I know that I've defined, the passages, and I stay hyper gospel focused. I don't care about Enoch, Jasher, Lilith, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I have them all right here. I've studied these books, but they're not gospel. So the only way to the gospel, right, or through gospel is through suffering. Peace is antichrist. Remember, I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword to division. So if people can't be, divided, as I explained today to somebody, if somebody's riding the fence, we're not going to convince people right now. That's not your job. Your job is to show them to the light. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. This channel through Father helped me reproof by going, hey, let's just go over this, and you can ask Ziggy and some of you guys recently. Dodge, I think you've been here long enough, man. And then not just because you're tickling my ear or anything. I'm going to give you the wrench. Like I said, we've lost moderators. Moderate at, we had somebody in here yesterday saying we had a rogue moderator, but I don't know who it was. I didn't see anything that said that. So I'm going to give you, I appreciate, yeah, but most of what I found, Dodge, if you can see how my brain works, it's like a 5D quantum, continual cycle. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I can't say that, Crunch, and I'm not saying that it's not there, but if people don't know the Gospels because they're so fractioned off in throughout the Dead Sea Scrolls, Enoch, and there is some of the other, Jasher and all these other books that were rejected, because I'm not disagreeing with you. But here, if they can't get a base off the 66 that were canonized in the 12th century, they're going to be confused. They're going to wander off with too much. There's a reason why those books were taken out, because there's too much. They lack too much definition. And so they're getting too much unclean truth. Liar, deceiver, demon. There's a lot of demonic writings in Enoch's, Jasher, Lilith, and in the Dead Sea Scrolls, covered with them. Don't align with the cultures, the customs. They've changed things. Absolutely. So there's no reason why anybody should ever be off dabbling in any of the rejected texts if they don't have a base in the 66 Old Testament. The only way through the New Testament, right, is through the Shiloh, through this new covenant, right, that he made. Is that in the Old Testament? No. Because there wasn't redemption back then. There wasn't salvation back then. There wasn't forgiveness of sin back then. So do I know exactly what you're talking about? But do we talk about it here? Absolutely not. And I try to shy people away from getting. Do I tell people they can read from it? Yes, absolutely. Do I say people not to read it ever? No, I never say that. I never say that. I say you need to build your base on the rocks, the Old Testament that was canonized. And then when you start reading Jasher and Enoch, you can pick those things out and you can discern because you have built your base on the rock. Most people can't. I did that, and it didn't get in there, and I wasn't getting the gospel. And I meandered around like a bumbling idiot, thinking I knew something when I didn't know anything. And I didn't have my base on the gospel through Paul's writings, through Ephesians, Thessalonians, Corinthians, and all these other, writings that were they weren't really moved by Martin Luther King. That's not true. They weren't removed by Martin Luther King. They were removed by Constantine. So if you say anything else in here, you're going to ass us out of here because now you're starting to mix the 12th century with Martin Luther King. What in the hell? Did anybody just be a witness to this? Martin Luther King. Was Martin Luther King alive in the 12th century at the time of Rome? This is when this was canonized that you claim. Yeah, your thing said Martin Luther. Okay, well, maybe it said Martin Luther. So it was Constantine. And what canonized was the definition. They lacked definition. That's what it was. They weren't aligned with the gospel. There were too many variations. That's what you can do with the 66 books. So you don't know anything about the canonization process. I don't think you're going to last in here. I think we're going to get one more comment out of here and you're going to get your ass thrown out of here. Seriously, you don't know anything about the Constantine, the process of the 300 men at the Council of Nicaea. You'd be talking about these things, but you're not. You're off in Enoch's, and this is what the word does to people, brothers, sisters. It's very complicated, and he didn't speak in parables, so people would understand. He spoke in parables, so only his disciples, only his apostles, only his servants, his saints would understand it. Most people dabble off, and you're not supposed to be looking at these things anyways. He said he would reveal all these things to us after this death, that all these things would be revealed to us. So okay, well, you're not my brother. You know nothing about the Council of Nicaea, so get out of here, you Nephilim. Get him out of here, Ziggy. Somebody. Constantine had nothing to do with the canonization. Wow. Council of Nicaea, huh? So that's sad, man. See, that's what happens, brothers. They say people get too far out and they can't put things together. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, Martin Luther canonized the books. Wow, man, that was pretty heavy, dude. I've never heard that. That's some wild stuff there. Martin Luther canonized the. There were Catholics, brothers, sisters. Listen, there were Catholics. There were 300 men at the Council of Nicaea. 150 of them were Catholics. Catholicism, Lutheran. I know what the hell he's talking about, but he's an idiot. He's not even understanding. That's not what the reason. Remember, there was no paper Bible book as you know it. You know what I'm saying? There was no paper Bible. The canonization was the process of where they defined 300 men, 150 Catholics, 150 Christians, took out and used what was lexicons, dictionaries, and took all the Old Testament and canonized by defining the words that were in the scriptures. You can take the 66 books and take every word that's in those, and they define by definition. All of them. All of them. There were ones that had to translate back in the 12th century, but that's as close as you're going to get. And when you study Hebrew, you need to use an Old Testament Hebrew lexicon. If you want to study Hebrew, you need to study an old Jewish book written in Greek called a Greek lexicon. That is a dictionary. You need to study the words in it so you don't go doing stuff like whatever that person was in here trying to mix things up and get their stuff mixed up. You don't want to start mixing your, and that's not what he were doing. He didn't say Martin Luther King. I was just giving him a hard time. Luther is probably part of this Lutheran. Just look at him. Go to see Brother Jim. He can teach you all this. I don't want to go on this. I don't like teaching all this stuff. It bores me to death. I hate religions. I hate them all. I hate every religion. They're all vain. They're all worthless. And Brother Jim defines all of them. Look at the Lutheran Church and the Catholicism, and Lutherans are Catholics. It's the same thing. It's a spinoff of this, swastika. They're doing that swastika symbol with this cross and their rosary and Mary. Mary is Catholicism. That is the branding of the Semiramis, bringing the feminine spirit into the church. Father does not have feminine spirit. Father is not have breasts. The feminine spirit is the body of Christ. The corn, what is that crown right there? We talked about this yesterday. The canonization, this is a very similar understanding to how this works, because look at who was doing all of this at the time. Constantine, Rome, the high priest to the high priest. Remember all these Catholics, Christians, Catholicism. It was Catholics and Christians too, brothers and sisters. Is the Council of Nicaea perfect? No. But what was the process? They used dictionaries that defined all the words. And if they weren't aligned with the definition, they were thrown out. So if Father wanted there to be 67 books, there would be 67 books. If he wanted there to be 65, the coronation. Hello. This is Father's works. Father has made these books exactly like he wanted. If he wanted there to be one more jot, right, it would be in there, would it not? If he wanted there to be 87 books and one book being taken out. Why did they? Because exactly the process of what I'm telling you, the canonization is where they went through and defined the words. So he said, I am the Aletheia. So if it wasn't aligned with the definition, they took it out. It was rejected. The rejected text. The rejected text. Rejected text. These were the ones that were rejected because they were not aligned with the definition. 22 of them. Is there gospel in here? Yes, I've said that before, but you better understand the base of the gospel before you go in here, or this book will get you way off, because there is a lot of demon in here. Unclean truth that doesn't align with definition. That's pushing translation, because there are, even through Father, all these second Enoch, Mary Magdalene, the Adam and Eve, Jasher, Lilith. I don't even think Lilith's in here. Ezra, Gospel of Philip, Gospel of Mary, Apocrypha of John, Gospels of Thomas, Gospel of Judas, So the text is in English in the interlinearist translation. That's right. That's right. So we need to go back and make sure that we're studying out of a book where they took and used the dictionaries to define the words, and these were the ones that were rejected. Can you study these? Yes. But you better not build your house on sinking sand. Build it on the rock, the 66 canonized books. That way, when you go back and you start reading Enoch and Ezra and some of these, you're going to pick out and be able to discern. That's not what I read in Old. I can see that I'm not under that law now. That's Old Testament. I'm not under the laws of flesh. Oh, that's an old celebratory thing. I don't, fine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Christ. So, yes, it's in here. That's right. That's all I'm asking, Ziggy. That's all. You got it. Thank you, Ziggy. That's it. Just build your house on the rock, guys. I have these books. I have more of them. I have studied these, and from time to time, my mind will ponder in these, but I don't care anymore. If it goes to you, fine. Fine. Read these things, but you better build your house not on sinking sand. He is the rock, not some fake 33 mason. There's a lot of masonry in here. There really is. Whether you like it or not, there is a lot of alchemy in here. There's a lot of new mystery, Babylonian things that we're not supposed to be looking at until we die, where these things are all be revealed because they're already on our hearts. But a lot of the times it's very hard to discern, to pull the gems of the gospel out of here for me, because now I don't care about anything else other than the gospel. And I remember reading them, and I don't even want to make mention of them because it doesn't matter. But that person was right. There is some small fractions of gospel throughout these 22 books. But you better be mature enough in the spirit. I'll tell you what, you can read these books right now. I'll tell you if you could read these books. Watch. I'll tell you right now. I'll give you the test if you could read these books. You want the test? Put a one in the chat. You want the test? Do you want to test do you want to test to see if you are mature enough to read these books right now? Put a one in the chat to see if you're even mature enough. Because I'll tell you, I'll give you your test and I'll let Father do it for you. Okay? 7 is the number of maturity. 7 is the number of maturity. In Scripture, 7 is that. There's 7, the final trump. Tell me right now the 7 things in Scripture that you're supposed to be doing that it tells you in these texts, not in these ones, in the 66 books right now. And list the 7 things that you're supposed to be doing to be matured, to reach maturity. And none of you can list it right now. I know none of you can. I'm not one of you. So none of you have any reason to have your nose in these books. Not one of you can tell me the 7 things in Scripture that you're supposed to be doing to be matured. Go back and find them. And when you get those things done, then you can read these books, brothers, sisters. I'm still working on my maturity. That's why I put my head out of this. Took my head out of this stuff because I know I can read it, but I still don't think I'm working on my final. This is what it's going to take me to go back to it someday. But there are 7 things that I encourage you to read them on what they are and what it is, the things that Father tells us to be matured. And until you have actually discovered what those 7 things are and what you are and what you're supposed to be doing to be matured, because 7 is the number of maturity, you don't have any. As the pastor of this ministry, you have no reason to be in these books. Seriously, and they're on your heart too. That's what's great, is you know it. You just haven't sought the word enough with Father. And I know that sounds kind of silly, but it's already written on the hearts of the bride. The 7 things in Scripture that it tells you you're supposed to be doing to be matured is already there. Remember, it's written on tables of the hearts of the bride. So you just haven't supped with this word enough. You know what I'm saying? So do the things that we're supposed to be doing to be matured, and then, be living those things. And then those books will make a whole lot more sense to you. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I am working on this. I'm not quite there yet, guys. I'm trying. I really am. I still lack. I'm not some perfect saint. Am I a servant? Obviously I am, because Father made me that way. But am I a perfect saint? No. So am I completely matured? No. Nope. So, these are things that I lack. And if you follow this channel, you'd see that. Not everything, but you know what I'm saying? But there are things that to be matured, you'll see what I'm saying. We need to reproof each other with the word. So I have to, step back and say, I'm still in a process myself, a refiner's fire. So am I completely matured in all these things? No. Can I execute these things on a daily basis? No, I fall short of the word. Absolutely. So that's why I'm a work in progress, and I try to veer people away from things, because I know if I'm struggling, and I know He's made my whole life shaped around this, that I feel like a Peter sometimes, that I'm struggling with the phileo, and I'm more, but it's okay. we're all Peter. We've all been there and struggled because we don't agape Father like we fall short because the flesh makes us weak. So we've all been a Peter. I'm telling you. You see, he without sin, the truth is not in him. So we've all been a Peter, man. I'm telling you, we've all been Nephilim. We've all been demons and lied and shortcut the word and thought we could enter by some other gate, and that's not. Father is a hard process, and it's a long refiner's fire. So maturity is something that takes. Some of us will probably still be working the day that we die, on trying to, be more Christ-like. And Christ was every one of the things that he tells us to be, like, to do, execute. A disciple, the word believe is an action word. It's a verb. So Maranatha, he said, have your loins girded in my service. Be conforming to my image, doing what I did, following after me. Do what I did when I was here on this rock, or you're not a disciple. You're not serving me. You're serving your own meat suit. You're serving the dirt. You're the dirt of the world. Now, I understand you're going to have all your other things in phileo, but I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Do you agape me, Peter? You know what I'm saying? So we all struggle with the phileo, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Connection, right? You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Now, does that make more sense? Connection. We've talked about that in here. See why you need to rob Peter to pay Paul? We got to rob Peter, the phileo, to pay Paul, because Paul went out there and shared the gospel, and he was crucified. They chased that man all over because he literally was a Pharisee. He wore the garbs. He could go into the church and share the gospel. Imagine being imagine going into the synagogue and sharing the gospel, guys. You know what I'm saying? Sharing the gospel at the time of Rome. As a Pharisee, you go in there with the garb. You got all the garb. You can dress like the Pharisee. You got the Pharisees' attire on, right? You go in and you preach the gospel. Oh, they hated Paul. God, they hated Paul. So we all need to remember what Paul did. He gave up. He truly was a man who was one of the worst. Murdered Christians for the church, and a Pharisee. And if Father rebuked his heart on the road to Damascus, and once Father rebukes us, there's no going back, man. That's why we are overcome. And through a process, if we go back, then we're still the same old man or woman that we were. And that's why he rebukes us. And then when his heart was rebuked on Damascus, he was never turned back to that. And he went out and it cost him his life. Remember, they stoned it. Just remember all the things that that Paul did, for to be thrown to stone. They threw that old man off a cliff. When they finally caught a stone, he wasn't like throwing little baby river rocks. They would take you to the highest precipice of the land, or like a cliff or a building, and they would turn you around backwards and they would shove you off the cliff. If that didn't break your neck, in your back, then your accuser got to come with big, large, bowling ball size, and if that, come down and throw that down at you. And if not, then everybody got like these 20-kilogram bowling ball, literally size stones. This was a stoning, and they would just flatten your ass. And they did that to Paul, brothers and sisters. They did that to old man Paul when he was in his 80s, and he wasn't like, Peter and Luke and Matthew and Mark and Christ, who were all in their 30s and young. Remember, Christ was 33. Paul was an old man when they did that to him, and they threw him up. And I love what Brother Jim says. He says, Paul got up after that stoning. How? And it's like every bone in his body was broken, brothers and sisters. Old man. And he still got up. He still got up. And he still got up, brothers and sisters. And because he didn't say anything. I forget, because he rode off. He got, and he rode in. I forget. I think he came into, I can't remember the exact town he came in, but the very first words that they recorded him saying that we must go through much thlipsis to receive the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God, right? The kingdom of God. So tribulation is the word thlipsis. If anybody could go through the tribulation, Paul would know that, because they literally stoned him, and he lived, brothers and sisters. It looked like he was going 100 miles an hour on a camel, 150 miles an hour, and hit the side of a palace wall. I mean, every bone was broken on his body. And imagine getting back up and riding out of there with all those broken bones in his 80s, guys. So proof that Father can do things to us, that all things through the word are possible. I think, isn't that though? Like, we get all like, damn, dude, we think life's hard, dude. He did that for the word. And remember, because he was with the church. That's like somebody being with the church, turning away, and that's us, brothers and sisters. We're all got to be that Paul. We got to stop. We got to rob Peter. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, do you agape me? Paul loved the word. Paul loved the gospel. Paul loved the gospel so much for his heart was overcome. And that's all he went and did. And he died that martyr's death. All the apostles died a martyr's death. Even John, that they set the island of Patmos. But wouldn't that be, a beautiful, one day we're going to be able to be with Paul again and be able to look into his, spirit and go, wow, you love Father so much that you would just do anything to go into, to be turned, and go in and share. And God, the Pharisees hated Paul. They hated. A lot of people don't understand Paul, guys, because he is the 13th. He is that 13th apostle. They say 12 apostles. Paul is the 13th apostle. And once his heart was overcome, brothers and sisters, we wouldn't have the gospel. Wouldn't be the gospel without Corinthians, without Thessalonians, without Ephesians, right? Without all Paul's writings. Those are the gospel. We need those writings. That's what makes the gospel. So a lot of people want to rebuke Paul because he was a Pharisee, because he was, a murderer, and he murdered for a living for the church. It's what he was part of his role, was slaughtering Christians. Remember, Constantine was slaughtering Christians. All these Vandals and Gothic tribes and Visigoths and all these were all the, remember, all the tribes that were to the northern Cimmerian and north of Rome and all this were all going after. It's an old business. It's just an old business that my brother had. So it's just a hat. My other one was getting kind of dirty. So his business was Confusion. It was a Mexican Korean fusion restaurant that I helped him build and run, and was in Oregon. So it doesn't have anything. It's just a Confusion. Confusion. That's not the best thing, huh? I had another one. So I was like, that hat's better because I don't want to, so. But it's a restaurant that was in Eugene that I've done a lot of food in my day. So that's what it is. The K and the F. So KUNFUSION, Fusion Food. Fusion Korean food that's so good you smack your mom. So it's pretty good. But it's not there anymore. But that's what it was, just an old hat. My old one was getting a little dirty. Couldn't have been working in it. So imagine that. That's some good stuff. My brother is an amazing cook too. So burritos, big as your baby. $9 burrito back in the day was, seriously, it was like that big on the yeah, no smacking your mom. That's just an idiom. Don't smack your mom. So but he's a master cook. He really so his fusion was his tacos were over the top street tacos. He gave away more free tacos. He did Kairos, a Korean gyro. How about that? A Greek gyro with Korean style gyro. We would do bowls, like, Korean bowls, fusion bowls over Mexican rice, what else did we do there? Bowls, tacos, burritos. I don't know. There was 9 menu items, so we just kept it real simple. And we sold out like 365 days. I think, we were open 330 some day, or 330. We sold out like 332 days to 339 days or something like that. It was almost every day, sold everything in the restaurant. And I mean, every last drop of food, you know what I'm saying? But good food. But he closed it down because it was just too small of a restaurant, too hard to work. And just like the food truck that he had, could only make so much money in that little teeny tiny restaurant. And it was tough to operate. It was a very kick your, what kind of job. And we would get spanked. So I loved it, because I love the food industry. So, but anyways, yeah, I'm hungry too. Maybe I'll get something to eat myself. Oh, Mr. Betts, hi, Mr. Betts came over. He heard Dad say that. So, but, oh my goodness. Well, I don't know if you guys got the update, but I did hear from the attorney yesterday. Hi, buddy. You coming over to say hi to the dad? Were you sleeping back there a little bit? You heard Dad say puppies? Oh, my good boy. You're my best guy that I ever did best. That I ever did best. So, what are we going to eat? 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 What are we going to eat, puppy? What is Dad going to make? So. But anyways, I heard from the attorney yesterday. He did call me. I did kind of make my points. He really didn't want to talk much about Elijah. He did talk about my dog, but he didn't talk about Elijah. So, oh, maybe I'll have a Mountain House meal. Maybe we'll break in and we'll have a new meal, one I haven't had. Maybe we'll try out a new Mountain House meal. So, what are you doing, crazy boy? What are you doing, my crazy guy? I love you so much, my Mr. Bone Bone. You're my best bone that I ever did, best that I ever did was. So. Uh-oh. Stoner's always smoking something. He's always smoking. Oh, okay, let me, I think we might still have an egg in here, don't we? We still got one egg in there. We should throw those pears out there for them chickens are out there, huh? Let's throw these pears out there for these couple of pears. We'll let the old chickens eat them. They like those. They like those. All right, let's see. Here's my backpack full of my backpacks. I got some long-term food storage in it here. Let's see. Home-style chicken noodle casserole. Oh, boy, we got a bunch of them in there. I forgot. I think most of those ones are on the bottom. Chicken and dumplings. Beef stroganoff. These are the ones. Cheesy beef enchilada bowl. Yeah, some of these are new. Cheesy beef enchilada bowl. Buffalo style macaroni, chicken and cheese. Buffalo style mac and cheese. Maybe I'll have that. Maybe I'll try that. Let's pull one more out of here. See what we got. Korean inspired beef. Korean inspired beef. Chicken mashed potatoes. Oh, this one's good. Mashed potatoes, chicken, and all right, I'm gonna save that one for the road and try to go on the road. Okay, we're gonna try one of those. We're gonna try. What should we go with? Buffalo, cheesy beef enchilada bowl. I think I want to go with that buffalo style. Buffalo style macaroni and cheese. That looks good as crazy, man. Look at that. We're gonna do that. So, all right, these are my road meals. I have more, but this might take my. Oh man, this meal is so good. Chicken and dumplings. It's probably my. Oh, it really is. It's just like it's so home. It's like grandma's cooking, you know. Home styles. Super yummy. Uno más. Rice. Jasmine rice. Some rice here. Rice, beans, more rice. More rice. Beans. Rice over here. All right. So we're boiling our water up now. But this is my backpack full of food there. Gotta have a backpack. That's enough food to last for a couple of months there. Could run away to the woods and I've been contemplating doing that, guys. Seriously. I am. I don't know, man. I've been having second thoughts going to Mexico, dude. I'm gonna get targeted down there, and I don't mean to. I mean, I'm gonna try to, but as an American that doesn't speak fluent Spanish down there right now, I don't know, man. Dude, that looked exactly like I thought it was gonna look too. That's gonna be so fire. Dude, I'm telling you, there's probably going to be chicken with every bite, too. I bet you there'll be chicken in every bite, all the way down to the bottom. So make sure you open the bottom of these up real good. And I like to kind of get some of that stuff down at the bottom. Man, look at those pieces of chicken. That's real chicken, guys. Freaking rice. Real white meat chicken breast. Oh, darn it. Damn it. Yes. Dude, no way. Come on. Well, screen's gone. Freaking YouTube, you suck. Oh, what happened? I lost my screen's all black. Screen went black. All right, we're back. There we go. I don't know, my screen does that. So here we go. Open buffalo style. I don't know why you guys can see me, but I can't see you. But we got her back up here. We're gonna get some waters in here. I'm gonna throw a little bit of butter in that. Doesn't have it on the recipe, but we're gonna do it anyways. We're gonna do it anywhere, Jennifer. Oh, that's a good buffalo smell. Oh, it's a good buffalo. Oh, that smells good. Good. Oh, good morning. All right. Buffalo style chicken mac and cheese. Make sure the bottom gets opened up real good, that it's not pitched. All right, careful of the top. They normally seal really good. I've never really had any when they've not had a good top. They always seal really good. Really good. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's sit that up there for, I think it was just like 10 or 12 minutes. How long it says? 10 or 12 minutes. It says, oh, come on. Dude, why is it? It says, let's wait 5 minutes, package stir, and let stand an additional 4 minutes. So 9 minutes. 4, 5 minutes, and then stir it. It's about 10 minutes. Probably with the pasta, it's probably going to be a little bit more. Take just a little bit longer, kind of like that. Dumplings. Since it's got the bread in there with the dumplings, that takes. Make sure you let it go the full time. You know, needs to go for 9 or 10 minutes on, and then they're pretty good. So, but yeah. All right, so what's on your radar today? What is it? It's Taco Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? I think it's Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday. Wednesday. 19th. Wednesday, right? So, got court Monday. They're gonna. I don't know if I don't know who was in here before, but I told you that they finally offered me a deal. So they want to postpone the case or offer me a deal. So I said no and no. We're not postponing the case, and we're not taking the deal. We're going to go to trial. If you're going to take me out 18 months, tell me you need more time. What the hell is that about? So that's just, it shows me they're not ready for the case. So that's a slap in the face, actually. It really is. I mean, that is just, that's uncalled for. It's hilarious, actually, if you think about it. They need more time. They had 18 months, and they tried to shove me into a trial the other day, or a couple months back, or however many. It's probably been a few months now. Damn. In 6 days, and now they need in a whole nother month or something to get ready. What the hell, So it gives me some confidence a little bit that they're going to drop it. They were going to plea. They said they'll plea out. They'll drop all the charges if I'll just take a misdemeanor with no supervised probation. Unsupervised probation, a misdemeanor. They plead it down to misdemeanor, one misdemeanor, but they need time to go to trial. I said, fuck no, we're not waiting to go to trial. You didn't make me wait 18 months to postpone this any longer. So if they postpone this, they better not. I told John, hell no. You tell this attorney, hell no. I'm gonna sue him already. You better, So what a joke! What a joke, man! After all of this, to sit there and try to throw me in trial last time, and now they need more time. I mean, that is the biggest. So, no more time. And that's what I told John. No, hell no. No more time. I want to know where my son's at until I can get this case, since I couldn't report my son missing to the state police. No more time. No more time. You tell them I said no. We're going to fucking trial. We're doing this, man. And even if I get locked up, I won't go, man, I wouldn't have gotten locked up, and I wouldn't have got locked up, and I should have taken that deal. No, fuck no. I'm gonna take you to the box, and they're gonna have to earn this bitch with me. Fuck them. And I'm not being rebellious, I'm not taking no deal. I didn't commit any damn crime. So if they already dropped my daughter's charges for the same thing, then how can they convict me? And that's why I told my attorney, I'm like, this is crazy, dude. How could they even think for a second they could take me to trial when they already dropped my daughter's charges for the same thing? So what are you going to get ready for? They want to try to get me. They want to try to postpone it so they can see if I'll do something, get in trouble. They think I'm fucking stupid, man. So, woo, beefalo, boys, beefalo. Ooh, that's spicy. That's kind of like that. It's got that good buffalo smell to it. Well, it's coming along nicely here. Oh, that's hotter now. Hotter than a humped up fox. Maybe I'm going to put a tiny bit more. Just a little tiny bit more water in there. Not much. Come on off just a little bit. Well, all right. So that gives me a bit of confidence. How could they take it to trial? And I told John, how the hell are you going to take me to trial with my son and daughter not even there? I'm telling you, if you take me to trial, I'm going to file for a mistrial without my son and daughter there. That's what I told that to my attorney. If I go to trial and my son and daughter aren't there, and he said, well, they don't have to have your son and daughter there. I said, but I do. They're on my discovery, John. Well, we can't call them because they're missing. Okay, well, I'm just letting you know that my son and daughter aren't there. I will be filing for a mistrial. So they're on my discovery, John. So right under the Sixth Amendment. Violates my Sixth Amendment to call witness in my favor. So we'll see. We'll see. 5 days, brothers, sisters, 5 days. So what do I do, guys? I mean, I am seriously, I want to go. I'm think I'm gonna go, but I don't know. Fucking Mexico's on fire right now. I could be easily targeted in Mexico being a fucking veteran. Not even a veteran, just a U.S. being in the U.S. We're down there fucking with Mexico right now. Literally set up a place. The CIA or the DOJ went in there or something and set something up on their beach and said this is a restricted area. We just went into fucking Mexico and took over some of their land, brothers and sisters. On the beach. Told you this is a restricted area. We took over somebody else's land. Again. America. Taking over more fucking land. Nobody in America gives a fuck. So, this nation is unsafe, man. It's not a safe nation. So, I mean, I could stay here and try, but I don't know, man. I think mobility is going to be my biggest, that's what I want to focus on. Mobility. Have mobility to be able to not be in one place at one time, you know, and try to hold down the fort. You ain't holding down shit. You need to be away from people. So I've been thinking about maybe just going and running away to the woods. I don't know, man. If I could get deep enough in the jungle, maybe. But boy, oh boy, I don't know. It's not like I won't be seen by government. They see everywhere you go. You're not running from satellite, but I'm just talking about unprepared people. That's it. That's all I'm trying to prepare for is unprepared people. And I need food stability. So there is some stability in the forest. There's some stability in the forest. You go, there's food sources in the forest. If you learn how to forage properly and you get your skills set up, you start making fucking mental notes and getting your shit together, you can make it. And I live in a place where if you move every 14 days, they won't fuck with you in the woods. You can't stay and set up camp in one spot, but you have the right under the Bureau of Land Management, British rule, just like Canada. This is fucking Canada. This is Canada. This is Canada. The British, remember the Queen, the coronation? Hello. Now that I can sit down, I get the other crown. The rule, that is BLM. What do you think BP is? BP oil? British Petroleum. So, goddamn, Sabrina, I wish I had you here. Somebody like you would be such an asset. You and me, you know what I'm saying? Another person, a couple other people in the woods, we would kill it in the woods. Even if we didn't know that much to begin with of an area of the woods we were in, we could learn it. We could learn it. You know what I'm saying? I want people who want to fucking do this, man. I think that's what I'm going to do. You know, I'm going to do this, man. I'm going mobile. Fuck this. I'm going to go mobile. And wherever the wind blows me, it's going to blow me. I'm not going to sit there and be like Hubba Bubba and try to let some, you know, no, I'm getting the flock out of Dodge. I ain't getting around these politicians. They blow and suck, apparently. So I don't want to be anybody who supports this blow or suck. It's a big blow or suck show right now, in case you ain't figured it out. Turns to shit show, and maybe he's giving him a rim job too while he's back there. So I don't want to hear it. No gasoline with the reach around. I want to be out of town. The flock out of Dodge in Toyotas. So if you can't dodge it, ram it. So anyways, that's what I'm doing. And I already told you that. Seriously, I made my decision. I made it. And that's what I'm saying. That way I can still have mobility. And if I want to go, I might try to sneak down into Mexico, down through Mexicali, down through that way, go in and don't go down through TJ and go down through the city and do Ensenada and Acapulco, and I'll go the other way, go out into the country, stay away from the cities, and I'll probably be just fine. You know what I'm saying? Because I need mobility. So I need to get better tires on my rig eventually. I need to get that pop-up camper, and I'm good, man. I'm good. There we go. You know what I'm saying? And that will still get me south. And I can still focus here. I'm still have this as a base. Until the captain puts on the fasten seatbelt sign, there's nothing going on. So you should just start filling up holes in the ground with food. Everywhere you can find a hole in the ground, put some food there. That way, if you need to move around and have, you know, mobility, and you can go from one area to the next. Cash is king. Not the kind that folds or jingles, but the kind that you can stick in your face. Food, rice, beans, freeze-dried wholesalers. Go get with Nate on Canadian Preppers. Go get some of that good stuff, you know. Backpackers meals. Here, I'll give you the list too, because I got it from Nate the other day when he said it. So, freeze-dried wholesalers, Mountain House, Happy Act, Peak Refuel, Quest for Foods, and Backpackers Pantry. Okay. Yeah, this is the base. This is a base. You guys are all welcome here. It's your base. It's your base. You guys are welcome. Even if I ever left, this is the base. You can come here. This is the best place in America. Nate's thinking about coming to America. You've seen Nate. He's trying to get out of Canada right now and get a space in Montana. He's a smart dude. You should fucking watch Nate. If you don't watch Canadian Prepper, watch Nate, you know, Prepper News. He's on it. But he gave this out the other day. Freeze dry wholesalers, NutriStore, Mountain House, Happy Act, Peak Refuel, Quest for Foods, and Backpackers Pantry. If you need that list again, let me know. I have it. I wrote it down. That came from Nate. He talked about it again on the other on the show. Okay. So, and Jase Medical, JASE, and I've already been telling you about that. JaceMedical.com. Okay. Jase Medical. JASE to get your kit. You need that. I need that too. Eventually I want to get that for my vehicle, so I can have that kit. Like, it's a first responders kit. I'm a first responder. I miss having that, you know, that bag to be able to show up and perform, you know, first, you know, damn trachea in your damn neck if I have to, you know, start an IV, whatever, you know, some of the basic first aid skills as a first responder. You know, it's nice to be able to put people back together if they're fall off a cliff and they're fucking bleeding all over the place, be able to put a tourniquet. Things can happen even out in the wild, you know. Somebody could get shot by somebody or something, you know, accidentally. People out there being in the woods could be a little dangerous. I know that, you know, but I'm going to try to have something with some kind of color on it, you know, some kind of, not afraid to wear a little iridescence, you know, out there, something like that. So probably have to break that into my attire. Probably wear some, you know, something that stands out, something that, so I can be seen, but not something so big that I'm, you know, a freaking moving target. So, and there's other ways to do that. Like I said, camo is cover and concealment is everything. So, probably when I'm moving around a lot, I'd probably put some kind of color, and if not, then I wouldn't worry so much about, you know, having a base, having that on. But people see things moving in the woods, they freak out and they get buck fever and start shooting at everything in the woods. So, but I'm hoping to be far enough in the woods that I'm off the beaten path, where I'm not around roads. I'm making my own road. I'm making my own roads. That's how I want to live. I drive from road, you know what I'm saying? That's how I want to live. I want to live way in the woods, deep in the woods, where nobody's going to tell me I have to move every fucking 14 days, but plan on trying to stay mobile. You know what I'm saying? I want the ability to not set up shop. I want my shop to be my vehicle. That is my base. My base is my horse. My horse is my base. I set up camp off my base. So I'll eventually try to set up solar on-demand hot water heater so I can take hot showers wherever I want, whenever I want. I want to get it fully, you know, overland. I wish I could already done it, but that's okay. I don't wish. I'll make it happen. So I'm going to make it happen. I already gotten some things for, you know, ready to go. So, but overland, I already said that. So I don't think I want to bring a tag trailer. Again, I think I could bring a front, or a back, one of those back hitch receivers that slide in, and I have one of those. And eventually, I'm probably going to go ahead and try to invest for a front bumper for the 4Runner, so that I can put a front receiver hitch on it, so I can put a basket up front and back, because I don't want to put a basket up top. I have a basket up top, but I want to use that for my roof nest, because that's where I'd like to be able to sleep up there. That way I can keep my vehicle pretty stuff full of things in there and use my, keep, locked up. So I don't have a lot of my stuff hanging outside. I can have stuff outside, and I'll probably put some kind of locking cages or locking boxes on the front and back. But I want the bid mobility, and I really wish more people would look into this, because I've been talking about this on this channel for a long time. And so that's what I've been focused. I already talked with Kevin about it, in past, and, recently here again, that, mobility is I'm a wanderer, man. It's hard to believe but I didn't buy this property for me. I bought this property is a community. And one day I'll bring you the person that Kevin was there with when I purchased this land, and said they were with me, and said, or had them said, hey, remember when I bought the land here where I'm at now? Did I buy this land for me so I could have land? And they said, no, you bought it to build a community, a geothermal community, a no-cost living community. So I'm kind of a wanderer, you know what I'm saying? My body doesn't want to set up shop. Although it's cool to have a base. The base is the ministry, man. That's called a sanctuary, baby. Remember? Ooh, that's got some spice. I like that. All right, guys, this is the final product, and that looks good. Nice, hearty. There's like carrots and peas. That was all chicken. I didn't get any noodles yet. Oh, that noodle's done. My mind would always want to get the most protein, but I'm like, you need to change it up and buy different kinds of meals, because if you're going to be switching it up, It's so crazy right now, I don't even know where to go. Even if I left the US, guys, you know what I'm saying? This is getting nutty. And it's going to get worse in America. Trump just declared, basically a war on cannabis again. Pretty soon he's going to come after legalized cannabis too, I'm sure. This hemp's just the tip of the iceberg, okay? Yeah, there you go. Even if you just had one kind of medicine connection, it's not gonna work very well after a while, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think we're gonna see legal cannabis in America too much longer. I think our days are numbered. And I'm telling you, Matthew, I think you've been in here before. Jesus is not God. Jesus is Satan. God is a title. So go away from me, child. We won't even argue with you. So, no, you're lost. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. You're an idiot. Get away from me, child. You know about as much of scripture as somebody who's goes to church. You want to start just finding words in the book there, Matthew? No, that's not basic Bible doctrine. Bible is a word that never written. You're a child. Get away from me. Are you a Christian? You stink like a Christian. Like, do you think Jesus was birthed on December 25th in the middle of the winter? That's Satan, the sun god, Mithra. So don't come in here with your little childish dialect, try to tell anybody something. You have to grow up first. Did you see it's an adult-only stream? Scripturally mature. People can be 40, 50, 60 years old and childish in the word. So Like to come in and say something like God is a title. That's a title. There's no such thing as God as a title. So take your basics. Your basic is what you are, yeah. You basically don't have any idea what you're talking about. Well, if you're an idiot, that wouldn't be a problem, right? Then you didn't know. But we'll take a pause for the cause for you, Matthew. Might as well. Jesus was borked on December 25th in the middle of the winter. That is Apollyon, Satan, Mithra. This is excellent, guys. Really is good. I knew the noodles would be good, you know. Mountain has a good higher quality product. They're not the best in the business, but they're top tier, you know what I'm saying? For poor people like you and me, you know what I'm saying? Just a bunch of poor people. Rich in the word, but poor, you know. That's all right. My treasure waits after I die. I don't cast my pearls before swine, remember? All these bites are fabulous. Carrots, you know what I'm saying? Chicken and carrots and peas and the noodles. And the noodles are nice and firm. Which normally their noodles are really good in all their dishes. And the chicken's fabulous too. I mean, look at this chicken. And it's stringy too, you know what I'm saying? The chicken is not this garbage, you know. That's white meat, you know. I like dark meat, but oh yeah, I don't eat pork. I just don't like it in my body. Some people don't bother at all. Seriously, don't bother them at all. They can eat it all day. Don't drain them down, you know, they're fine. If I ate it regularly, I'd probably be all right, but my body rejects it right away. It's like, no, thank you. I think there's like celery in there too. I'll eat this whole thing. Oh yeah, no, thank you. That's my favorite, you know, that's barbecue candy, you know, barbecue style. Barbecue pork is that candy style, is called barbecue pork normally. Sweet and sour, you know, that's the sauce that they can put that, but the barbecue is what I like back in the day, the barbecue pork. It's got that red caramelized outside. Barbecue pork was one of my favorite. But I'll never eat pork again if I can help it. I would eat pork if somebody made it, you know. I prefer to tell them I don't eat pork, so. But by my own, you know, wants or needs, no. No, I'd never eat pork ever again. Never drink soda again. Never smoke a cigarette again. Some things I'll just never do. So, I've even been thinking about if they make cannabis illegal, I'm probably just going to quit smoking herb this time and just deal with it. I've done it for years and I was all right. You know, it just gives me a little better quality of life. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to give my money to big pharma, big tobacco, big soda, but you know. There'll always be herb out there. So, I mean, I'm not worried about that. People always have herb. Nobody will ever stop growing herb. Even if they made it a death sentence, people would still grow herb. You know what I'm saying? No, that's what I'm talking about. Why the fuck would I participate in shelter in place, Eli? I'm trying to get mobile. You hear what I just said? I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be mobile. Fuck that. I want the opposite. I wish I had more people on board with me. There's safety in numbers if we got out there into the woods. There really is. Not the woods itself, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I hear you, Zarina. I hear you. But for me, it'll always be there. There'll always be people who will have it. I know it. I've been around it my whole life. The people will always have it. Why do you think we have, listen, we have cannabinoids in our immune system, correct? We're part weed if you ain't figured it out. You know, I hate that word. I hate that word, but I'll use it just for conversation's sake. We're part weed. Hadn't you figured it out? We have cannabinoids in our immune system. He made us from the dirt. There must have been a seed in the dirt. When he scooped up that dirt, there must have been a seed in that dirt because it's the only plant I know on this rock that you can't overdose from. You can smoke a whole dump load of some real, not gene edited, not autoflower, not this new stuff, because that's not real, but the stuff that's been here, I told you the 4 major side effects are happy, horny, hungry, or sleepy, like you're the 4 dwarfs, not 7. So. Think about that. Why is it that you can die from caffeine? Soda can kill you. Cigarettes, nicotine can kill you. Shit, 2 tablespoons of water can kill you. Yeah. You can chooch on a whole dump load truck of true flour, not modified, and nobody's ever been, like I said, either we're happy, hungry, horny, or sleepy. Man, those are some serious side effects, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, brothers, sisters. I thought this would be a little more hotter, but I like it. It's not hot. I don't think it's too hot. You can really taste the cheese a lot. I did put a tab of butter in there. But when he made us from this corrupt dust, there must have been some kind of must have been some seeds in there. I could be wrong, but it's the only thing I know that you can't really kill yourself, you know. If you had organic, natural, original seeds, no, I don't know. There's just too much other stuff out there now. So I don't try to, so I like to grow my own medicine or know where I'm getting my flour from, you know. I eat the whole damn thing. Sometimes I don't, I can split it, but that was so good. Man. Wow. Buffalo style. It's a little spicy, but not overly spicy. I knew it was going to be good. Mountain House does it again. Never had a meal at Mountain House that I didn't like. Seriously, I've never had a meal from this Mountain House company that I didn't like. All of them are good. Never had one went, oh gosh, that's not good. They're all every one of them. Every one of them. I'm buying more when I get some more money. I was thinking about buying them instead of buying my tattoo, but sometimes you just got to save, right? Pull the trigger. No. They can steal my Mountain House meals, but they can't steal my tattoos. So that's my logic. You'll just have to write that down in history. They can steal your gold and silver. They can steal your wife and your kids, but they can't steal your tattoos. Pastor Revelation. Man. Oh, that was tasty. The cheese was a lot, very heavy cheese flavor. Not overly, but I like cheese, so that was good. But not too spicy. The noodles were good. There was carrots in there. There was celery in there. I thought it was peas. I think it was celery. Chicken was good. Chicken in every bite. Freaking those Mountain House meals are excellent, man. So go get yourself some of those meals because you're not going to have time to prepare shit. If things get worse, and they are going to get worse, I want to tell you right now, I was talking to Kevin about this. Right now is the calm before the storm, just so you know. We've already seen that last wave got pretty intense. The government shut down the supplemental nutrition assistance program. They were going to, starve out all the poorest people, but send more money to Israel, more money to Ukraine, more money to Venezuela, to send more war, more Nigeria, more war, Colombia, Mexico, let's starve out the poorest. Well, if you notice, it's pulled back a little bit. Get ready for the next wave. This is your chance, not by chance or, fortune, but to the next wave, they might just shut the food off. The odds, not by chance or luck, are pretty, isn't that awesome? Isn't that good? Because I said 2 million people. If you think 2 million people showed up to those Kings riots, I'm not sure. Maybe. But how many people of those 2 million people showed up to the No Kings? Remember the No Kings? Were hungry. I asked Kevin that same question today. How many people that showed up out of 2 million? They said 7, but 2 million. We'll say that. How many people showed up to the No Kings ritual were hungry, starving? Anyone? Percentage of them? Any of them? All of them? What are you doing up on the deck there, ladies? Get off my deck. You guys go down there, ladies. So, 2 of them, maybe a couple of them. Okay. To me, Kevin's answer was not many. Not many. Yeah, I don't think many of them were starving. Now, what if all 2 million of them were starving and hungry? How different would that be? He said they'd probably still be out there today. I think he's right. Kevin's a pretty smart dude, so, that's why, he's not stupid. He's fucking awake. What's going on right now? This is something you should be falling asleep with right now. It's going to get a lot worse compared to what we just saw. So, clipping the penny, nickels going. They made copper and silver a critical metal. You should see where this is going. This is quite obvious. We're going to head into a police state here, So, police state already here, metaverse already here. So, this is going to keep adding to the collaboration. And so, this next wave should be pretty damn intense. And I think it's going to involve a negation of the food and a negation of the population. Hungry people don't act very nice. Hungry people don't listen to you when they're starving, and they don't use their head. They lose their minds. So look at that connection. Nobody can answer. Thanks for answering my question. I don't think any of them, were starving. Why would they go there to show up to some protest if they were starving? That's not what they were protesting. So, there you go. Yeah. Did you guys see the meme? And that sucked during the whole, threaten the people with they're not going to pay the people their benefits for assistance for their benefits for food. I seen that lady. I'm not sure if you've seen that meme. She was an African lady with a very thick African accent. It was showing like all these plates of food with, like, kind of a balanced meal. And the lady, she was very heavy, thick, African lady. You can tell she's somewhere from the continent of Africa. She's like, children, remember, you need to eat your food. Eat your foods, children. There are starving children in America. So I was like, damn, dude, turn around is fair play. I mean, and not like that, because we're not supposed to seek vengeance, but I was like, holy crap. Would you ever think you'd see something like that? Because they told us growing up, children in Ethiopia, children in Africa are starving. What do we do? Send our leftovers in an envelope to them, their mom or dad, or what? I was like, we had to eat all the food on our plate and all that, all the stories of starving children in Africa. And so, wow, man, that was kind of a weird thing to see. And it was hit home, man. It was like, dude, that could be really a thing, you know what I mean? What protests were we're exporting clone meat? Yep. So, food, man. Food. What are you doing to be food secure? How food secure are you right now? How many days can you make it without going to the grocery store? How much red meat do you have put away? How much proteins do you have away? How much legumes do you have put away? How many beans? How many pounds of rice do you have put away? You got 100 pounds of rice put away? How many beans? You got any different kinds of beans? You got pinto beans, navy beans, lima beans. There's, what do you got? Cool. At least you're going to need a few months, man. You're going to have a few months, to get yourself by, and then try to pad what you have. Pad what you have. Sabrina will know how to do that. You won't struggle with that, Sabrina. I can tell you're not just going to go blow your whole wad on, you're going to try to pad it. You got kids. You're going to make sure you can try to keep what you have. And I'm going to go start filling those stores, before they go dry. You'd be going out and filling them because you have that mindset. But some people won't. They don't realize. But a good 3 months is going to get you by, probably for longer, because you're going to be able to supplement. You know what I'm saying? And you have more people aren't going to be able to do that, though. They're going to burn up all their survival, because it ain't about survival. See, you better have a bit different mindset like that. You could be thriving, remember, in this environment. As most people are actually just hanging by a string, you can actually be thriving. Hopefully this has been conveyed through this ministry. I've taught you guys thriving is possible. I thrive. I struggle because I do it alone, but I thrive. I'm living the damn American dream. I am doing what every person, I put posts online all the time. And like I said, not all the time, I put posts online, and here, these last posts, people are just like, damn, that is the American dream. What you're doing is you're building it all from the ground up, scratch, repurpose, renew, it's not, without any self-reliance, you're completely relying on the system. And that's most people. They are reliant on the system. Lock, stock, and barrel. They cannot get out of it. And that's their own damn fault, because they never make the attempt to try to grow any tomato plants. They live in a damn house where they could have quail. They could have, there's other birds that don't make noise. that you can have in a damn apartment and have protein, have eggs. And okay, maybe they're not chickens, but they'll still give you a high protein egg and a superfood, and you can keep birds inside an apartment. There's a way to cut out going and getting these eggs from the store, and you get to learn animal husbandry. If you had kids, you get to learn how to, raise animals. There's just a lot to be had by trying to get out of the system. Any way, shape, or form is better than nothing. But people who don't try to do it are going to be struggling. So if you already have a food store, you're probably already thinking, man, how do I not use all that up? But there are some people who are like that. But that's that survival bullshit mindset. The end of the world nonsense. The world's never going to end like people think. That's not how the world ends. Anyways, it ends by fire. It ends because the sun is going to arc discharge the whole currents from below our rock and above and electrify everything. You know what I'm saying? We're already there, connection. There's not enough food right now. That's what that pink puree is. The pink slime. Those nuggets are not, those are bleached. You know what it is. Eat your kids. I told you don't think so. Where do you think all these missing children go? Every year, how many children go missing in America? Just children alone, not to include the adults, and never get accounted for. Come on, man. Be real. Try to be real with yourself. People don't want to think that way. Yeah, these people are corporations. They have there's not enough beef. They've culled the beef industry the last 2 decades. The whole, cattle herd is very small right now. McDonald's serves more beef than the consumption of how much beef we supply. Do you see what I'm saying? They've already hinted at this with this, green food, the veggie foods or whatever, the earth plant-based nonsense, kind of like a Soylent Green, like you're saying, plant-based, 3D printed foods, and chicken grown in a laboratory that's never had a heartbeat or a bone in it, grown in a vat, your chip type of, pieces and nuggets, and that's not even real chicken anymore. Most of that's not, so, but that's your fault because you go to the store and buy it when you can raise your own food, raise your own chickens, raise your own goats, raise your own sheep, yeah, no, I said, you can kind of get off the whole clone thing, but I'm sure that's part of it too. I'm not saying that they don't do clones, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to throw it all into the same basket there. Connection. Are they using some kind of source like that, like Dolly? They clone Dolly the sheep. Sure, absolutely. Everything's gene edited. Everything's gene edited. That's what genetically modified means. Edited by chemical. So. And do they have the ability to recreate? Absolutely, sure. In a lab, like you just said it, chicken without a freaking heartbeat. What do you think that is? That's a clone. Chicken who look like but lift weights all day. Chicken breast thick as turkey breasts. Some of this stuff is not even normal, but people just accept it as normal now. So look at what we eat at the grocery stores: boxed, bagged, and canned flavored poison, yellow lake, dye, blue, fueling blue, and all these colors, and maltodextrin and monosodium, all these preservatives. We're literally just eating poison, pretty much. All the fillers, that they put in it. It's just, we just don't really eat anything that's worth a shit anymore. And they laugh at us, you know what I'm saying? So this is what happens when you lose your agrarian type of behavior and you can't go into the woods and feed yourself without a Starbucks, a Hardee's, a Piggly Wiggly, without the Kroger or the Safeway or the Walmart or I can't remember the one that you guys set up there up north. You're in Canada, they got their chain up there, all places have them. They're big box corporation, so not something that we should even be buying from anyways. We do it to ourselves. We shoot ourselves in the foot. by not even making the attempt to do it. So there's two ways to do it. You can either try to find it in nature in the wild and go do it that way and try to keep it a small game, and you know, and obviously you got to be careful what you hunt and fish and trap out there, because you can't be taking deer out of season and things like that. So eat it all, get rid of whatever, what I'm saying, and but you know, but if you can move within your means, you could stay. There's a constant food source somewhere. It's not going to always be easy to obtain, but there is always a consistent food source if you find yourself in an area that is conducive in the right area. And I'm in that right area where I'm at, definitely in that area. You know, I can get even better, and move even to better locations as I move through the wood line. But or you grow your own food. So I've kind of got both skills. My mindset is taking me to get mobile, get away from people. Anything they can come and just take anything you have, anyways. So if you're already out in the woods, they can't really. I mean, they can fuck with you out there too, but you know, I don't think they're going to take your stuff out there like they're going to try to take over homesteads and how, food store. I mean, you can have a store out there, but you got to put it somewhere in a cache, like I've talked about before in the past. I live in a very cavernous place where there are holes in the ground out here. I just need to locate where they're at, make myself a little GPS coordinate, and remember and cache things so I can be mobile and I can move around my food source and go, oh, I know if I can go over there, I can pull that out. There's a whole bunch of mountain house meals sitting in a hole somewhere in the ground over there, and I can add those to the chipmunk when I'm over that area, and I can move 100 miles down there, and there's another one there. Actually, I remember my son was talking to me. I have buckets buried in multiple states, 5-gallon food buckets that are full of survival buckets that I built through that everything in there that you can ever imagine. A lot of things in there that you can just, even down to there's cannabis in every one of them. I put a little bit of cannabis in all of them. So for medicinal purposes. So I'm not giving any medical advice, but yeah, I mean, everything you can imagine under the sun. So my son came to me, like, how are we going to remember where those are at? Dad, I said, remember when I took you to where those at? And we looked around at everything. We made sure the landscape, you kind of knew of those. When you go back to those areas where you're at, you'll remember because we went there. It's like, I probably wouldn't. You know how badass my son is? Seriously. You know how badass Elijah John Werner is? He said, Dad, he said, it'd be so cool. He said, if somebody was someday, they were out there and they were in a bad way, and they were out there in the woods where we're at, and they needed something, and they were just in a bad way, and they dug up to take a dump or something, Dad, and they dug up one of our buckets, and they found one of our buckets, Dad. Wouldn't that be so cool if somebody needed one of our buckets and they were out there and they found one of our buckets, Dad? And that's what he said to me. Like, wouldn't that be cool if somebody found our stuff and got to use it? He'd go, oh, Dad, wouldn't that suck if somebody found one of our buckets? He's like, Dad, it'd be so cool if somebody found one of our buckets. Elijah John Werner is a badass dude, man. I miss my son so much. I remember him saying that because he was asking me, Dad, how do I remember where they're at? He got to me. He's like, Dad, do you realize we have buckets in multiple states? I said, yeah, I know, son. It's like that's pretty cool. I said, yeah, that's how we work, son. Remember that way. If we get separated, you'll know where those buckets are at. How am I going to know, Dad? I said, well, think about when I took you there. Did we sit down and had a discussion and we looked around and we got the layout before we knew where we were going, and I made you a part of that, right? Yeah. And that's when he's like, it'd be really cool, Dad. It's like, what if somebody's in a kind of bad way and they're out because we're out in those areas. We'd probably be where somebody might go out to that area. They're digging or something, had to use the bathroom, and they found one of those buckets and had all that stuff, Dad, in there. He's like, that would be awesome. I said, son, that would be neat. I said, that's pretty cool. You're a pretty cool young dude. That, he said that was real young. I said, that's pretty awesome, Elijah. You're a good dude, man. I said, that's right. That would be awesome if somebody else found it, because that's what they're there. If somebody needs it, you got a good head on your shoulders, Elijah John Werner. I love you, son. You're a good young man. And I think Father's probably pretty happy if you saying that. I know you didn't say that because you didn't script it. You just said it. But I want you to know that I'm happy that you said that. I think that's awesome, and that I hope they do get found someday. At least one of them, somebody will find them. And I hope that just because you kind of spoke that out, that one day somebody will find one of the buckets. And, but that's how cool my son is. He's a good dude, man. He say shit like that all the time. I told you, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. I don't know why my attorney, oh, well, whatever. I don't even care if it's crackhead, but, whatever, if somebody got it and they could use it and need it, there's plenty of things in there, just everything under the sun that you can imagine. There's survival buckets. It's only 5 gallons worth of stuff, but you can imagine. I put, yeah, everybody says that. No, he's not in the system. So, he still has an active warrant for his arrest. He's not in the system. So, I just talked to John about that too, like I said, the attorney, because he called me yesterday, and he said, he talked about Tango, because I said I lost. He asked me what was going on. I said, I lost a dog out here and he's like, oh, that's a bummer when you lose your dog. And he started, but when I talked about Elijah, and he told me that you couldn't, he said the state police can't not look for him, but he didn't elaborate or anything. He never elaborates about Elijah. So I told him, no, we're taking this motherfucker to the box, man, so that, we can get this case dealt with, so I can go look for my son, because I can't look for him right now. Well, you can go look for him. Yeah, but I'm going to get myself killed. So I have to follow the lawsuit to be able to get, people to look for him. So I go up there myself. I'm going to get myself killed. So once I hire some, attorneys, you know what I'm saying? No. Well, I told him about them coming in and grenading them in their sleep, and Adriana, and they're both, I think, Marshall, and he just won't, about Josephine County, and he won't comment about it. He just will not elaborate. So he's super focused on getting me out of these charges. So, and like I said, I told him, they take me to trial, John, without having my son or daughter there. It's a mistrial. And I know you might not like to hear it, but you know what I'm saying? But if my son and daughter are there, that fails my right to call witness in my favor. He said, well, the state can call whoever they want. I said, that's the state. They're on my discovery. I have the right. If they're going to try to charge me with interfering with a peace officer, I didn't physically stop my son. So I need my son there to be able to say, hey, did I stop you, Elijah? If they don't have Elijah there, they can't fucking convict me. And that's what I told John. Bullshit, John. I don't even care. If you take me there and Elijah's not there and Adriana's there, well, they can't be there, Tracy, because they can't be located. Well, that's not my fault, John. I've been reporting him dead, remember? So you better tell this fucking district attorney that I'm going to sue the shit out of this state now. I told you guys I wouldn't, but I'm, because I was patient, but then you took me to trial, and now fuck you. No, you tell him now, and if they lose this case, I will file an appellate case go to take it to a federal case, and it will get overturned. They're going to look at this evidence. If they see that my son and daughter were not at that fucking trial and they were in my case on my discovery, they have to be there. Well, they're just basing it on the fact that you said, yeah, I know, but I said is not enough to interfere with a peace officer or hinder prosecution. Well, I know. Okay, well, still, not having my son or daughter there shows doubt. So they shouldn't even be taking me to fucking court. So, well, they are, so I'll see you in court on Monday. So I have court Monday, but I think they're going to drop it, because I'm not going to shut up about the fucking 180 hours. That's why I want Elijah there. Elijah, why did I tell you not to stop the vehicle? I didn't even say it to John because I don't want to bring it up. Why did I tell Elijah not to stop the vehicle? Because he had already done the 180 hours plus 133 hours. And I have 258 hours of live streaming. That's what I don't understand with this attorney, how, and that's fine. He's not stupid. He said, I've been doing this for a long time, Tracy, and he knows he has the evidence to get it overturned. So I think he's just doing the formality. I think he's just getting all his money worth that I gave him, so that when he gets this case dropped, he'll be able to take all my money and say he did his job. And he will. That's what his job is to get me out of these charges. Not my son, not my daughter. So the reason why I'm filing a lawsuit as soon as I get out of this case is so I can hire John Cleo immediately back to be my son's attorney. So I'll be hiring. They already dropped Adriana's case. If I get cleared, Adriana gets cleared, then the next thing we're going to work on is getting Elijah's charges dismissed. So I'll be trying to put together funds since, nobody's helped me. Nobody helped me with my own fucking attorney, and that's fine. I'm not expecting anybody to pay my legal bills. I stand up to the law because Christ makes me do it. Okay, I stand up because I have a kid, and that's what the fuck I do. So I'm not going to not stand up for him if they're going to try to convict him for something he didn't fucking do. If he did it, I'd make his ass go to jail. So, fuck it. They finally offered a deal. After all this time, after 18 months, the deal was we'll drop all the charges and we'll take you down to a misdemeanor with unsupervised probation. So the least as possible. Let's just give you just something. They're just, if we could just come out, let's give us, fuck you. See what I'm saying? It tells me they don't have shit. If they had shit, they'd be fucking holding their ground. And they did hold their ground this fall, but they didn't have, now I finally got the deal. And the deal is, and you never take the first deal, you dumbasses. You never take the first deal. The first deal was, a misdemeanor and no unsupervised probation. The next deal will be, we're going to go ahead and drop it. So, nothing. Just a misdemeanor. I told Kevin Kevin's like, dude, you should take it. I'm like, no, fuck you, Kevin. I'm not taking shit. Even if I go to jail, I'm not going to be mad because I won't go to jail. Nothing will happen to me. I'll just get probably a fine or something like that. It'll probably be like hindering prosecution. I wouldn't do interfering with a peace officer because that's a heavier charge. You know what I'm saying? There are felonies, but it doesn't matter. I would do, I'm saying? I'm not doing shit because I didn't interfere with the peace officer. I didn't hinder prosecution, but that one is probably what they charged me with. And I'm sure that's what, misdemeanor, hindering prosecution, unsupervised probation. Nothing would happen to me. I just go on with my life. I just have a misdemeanor and I could get it expunged in 3 or 4 years or something. So, but fuck that. I'm walking away with this for nothing or throw my ass in jail. So I won't get any jail time if I took the deal right now. So I'm saying I'm not taking no deal. Fuck you. I don't even call it. Dude, even if I get locked up and go to jail, guys, you know what I'm saying? Knowing that I could have been not going to jail, I'm not going to be mad. Oh, man, I should have taken the deal and I could be out of jail. I'm going to go, oh, fuck, dude, I hope I've got some money in my pocket so I get some goddamn soup. Last time I got locked up, I didn't even have no money for fucking ramen or coffee. Fuck, dude. It was a hard time in there fucking getting locked up with no fucking money on your books. Last 2 times I got locked up and didn't fuck no money on my books. $3. Oh, wait, the first time, $3 for 2 weeks. That's 9 coffees. How long do you think 9 coffees last you in jail? You know what I'm saying? So get my ass some money on my books. I won't care. I'll just be like, whatever. So my dog's okay. Kevin's back. He came back. So I'm not going to, he'll take care of Pants. Rick will take care of Pants. I don't want it. He's already fucked up right now. He's not doing as good as I thought he would. But it is what it is. So I'm not going to be mad at myself for trying to fight the case. Oh, dude, you could have not went to jail. You should have taken that fucking deal, man. Because they'll throw the book at me, and I might end up going and doing a year in jail or something before I can file an appellate case or get it. I don't know. And I don't care. I'm going to fight it no matter what. Because that's what 1.5% of cases in this country do. That isn't even, I don't even think this district attorney, he's a new district attorney. I don't even think he knows how to go to trial. See, I think he's screwed because he wants to delay the case because he's screwed. He didn't summons anybody. Just like I told you guys. I told you that they didn't summons anybody. It's too fucking late. They got to drop the case. That is summons these witnesses. And they didn't. So they didn't summons fucking Lance Brown off duty or whatever. And I'm sure they could get him, but they have to do that legally, and they didn't do that in time. So they're fucked, and that's fine. I don't care whatever father does to me. Nobody's going to do anything to me that father didn't, that father didn't want to. So, damn, I never made any ice cubes. Oh well, I'll be all right. Oh, I gotta get some more water. Yep. So that's how I look at it. Nobody's gonna do anything. So I won't feel bad for not for taking it to court. And if they railroad me, you know what I'm saying? I haven't even gone out there and looked. I haven't looked. They're out there free ranging today. So the birds are all out there. I just opened the gate, let them all walk, and they were up on the porch earlier. So probably I gave Kevin eggs, but he didn't take them. They took up. They were he's tired. You know, they drove back with the pups and the probably that's about a 30-hour drive or something. So it's a long drive. I don't know how many hours. That shorter than that. But if you stop and but anyways, he's over there. He came back and they're chillaxing over there. So I gave him because I've been have too many, and he didn't even take me. So tired. But I'll make sure But I think they probably did. I'm gonna say 4 today because we got 9 eggs, so that was 4 one day, 5 the other. They seem to go 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, and 5. I haven't gotten 6. There's actually 7 birds out there that are 6 are laying. The white one's not laying anymore. She hasn't laid in. She's not gonna lay until next year. Her clock turned off. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Yeah, I'm thinking 4. So, but damn, my eye is freaking hammered. This last few days has just been horrible. Oh man. Yeah, see, I don't have to go out of the country if I ever want to get myself looked at. But I ain't going to no doctor here in America, so I'm gonna have to travel out of the country, man. I am. Let me go out there. I'm gonna go out there and give those ladies some food. They're out free ranging, and go collect those eggs, and I'll be back. I'll go tell you how many we got here. So, uno momento, por favor. Maybe I should make some ice. I might make some ice. well, we didn't get it right. We got 6 eggs. Six eggs. So they all laid one except for that the blue one. She hasn't laid one in well over a month. So 6 beautiful. Look how light this one. She's getting kind of light. How light hers is. She's been laying more of a pink egg, and I haven't seen her. She hasn't been laying that pink. Now it's gotten kind of a light beige, kind of a pink. See? No, they used to, but they don't come inside anymore. They used to both stay inside, but they don't want it anymore. Now they live outside. They stay in the motorhome, and they've got like 3 or 4 places outside. They get to stay outside. So they've got the motorhome. They live in the motorhome now. They love that thing. They also have a big, huge bed in the back of the semi. Behind me, there's a semi. In the very back, I have a big bed back there. That's all memory foam, and it's all set up just for the cats back there, so nothing can get to them. That was always their house. And then there's another 2. There's a cabin in the back they can stay in sometimes. We used to have a cat back there. Stayed back there often. He'd go back and stay back there. He's not here anymore, but yeah, they don't want inside anymore. They have the kitty condo right out here. That's right up against the window. It's 2 stories. It's a kitty condo that I built into the frame, kind of the window, or the casing of the window, where the door shuts on that window, because I don't have it open right now for winter months. But the kitty condos up there, they got all kinds of places out here. They sleep in the chicken coop with the freaking chickens. Yasher sleeps in there with the chickens. He does. The cat sleeps with the chickens. It's crazy. I've seen him. I've caught him coming out of there in the morning. He does. First thing in the morning, he'll wake up and he'll come out. I'm like, dude, you're sleeping with the damn chickens again. So I think he just goes in there and lays in the nesting, in their nesting box, so it's comfortable. It's all closed. And so they got multiple places to sleep out here. Don't you kiss me, little knucklehead. You little knucklehead. What are you doing, knucklehead? What are you doing, knucklehead? Huh, boy? What are you doing, my favorite puppy dog? You were such a good boy today. Oh, did you just burp? What was that? A burp. That was a burp. What did you just... What was this burp? You all right? What was that all about? A little burpy slurpy there, huh? Silly dog. I think he got a little beside himself there. I love you. You're a good boy. You're my best guy. You're my biggest guy that I ever did. Best. What was that all about? That was a big one, huh? That was a big one. So, it's almost puppy time, isn't it? It's almost puppy time. Puppy times. Yeah, here about another half an hour, we'll give them some dinners. It's too early to feed you. It's not dinner time for the puppies yet. It's not puppy dinner time. Man, this right eye is hammered. So again, I'm hoping this is kind of a sign that shows that they're not prepared to go to trial. And I don't even know if this district attorney's even taken a case to trial at this point. So, they'd have to summons the officer. They're going to have to summons the body cam footage. They're going to have to summons the vehicle footage from the docky cam. And, I don't know how not having Elijah and Adriana there would even allow them to have a proper case. So I think my attorney's going to tell him, if you don't have Elijah in there and Adriana there, Tracy's going to make a big deal about this, in court. And he's going to bring up a lot of things that are going to get brought up. He's not just going to shut up in court. He's going to speak up. You would obviously know that if you've had him in your courtroom now, and nobody else acts like him in your courtroom except for this guy that you can't seem to get to shut the fuck up. So that's why your little Pat Wolke trick didn't work. So I don't even think he's taken a case to trial. So I don't even know if he knows how to go to trial. And him postponing the case. They're going to postpone this case after all this fucking time, guys. Bullshit. Dude, that one is a slap in the face, dude. That one is, to me, that's a hard one to swallow right there. After all this fucking time, and then Pat Wolke said, you want a speedy trial, you're going to trial. And now they've had all this time, and he wants to delay it until after the first of the year because they don't have any money to go to trial. They don't have any money. They spent it all. They get new money at the first of the year. They might be able to take me to trial. Fuck that. They ain't delaying this bitch. They can't take me to trial because they ain't got no money. No, they don't. Not in December. They don't have no money. This is the poorest county in the whole state of the fuck. The worst thing they could do is take me to trial in December. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have any money right now. There's no money in this county. So they probably don't even have enough money to take me to trial because it all costs them money to do that. They have to pay all the jurors to show up. They have to fucking, they have to pay the officer. They have to, that's all part of, is there any witnesses? And they're not calling any witnesses other than the officer. I can't believe only the officer is going to be in there. That's so fucking stupid, but. They can't have a case. They just can't. So, we'll see. My intuition's starting to tell me that maybe before Monday I might get a call from John. If he called him back and said, no, he's going to trial. He's not going to, We're going to send 5 guys in a van. Stop being an asshole, Eli. I'll fucking come get 5 guys in a van and disappear, your dumbass. Don't tempt me, motherfucker. I got not a damn thing to fucking lose. And I'll just take your ass and fucking waterboard you, dumbass. Oh, wait, I can't do that. That's illegal. We'll booze board you, remember? Winos ain't afraid of nothing but running out of wine. That's what he was saying. I need more wine. Quit whining, you little bitch. All right, no. Stop talking to hurt your dumbass comment earlier about prison. Fuck off, dude. You're trying to be a fucking asshole in here. Kick rocks, motherfucker. Yeah, kick rocks. Stand up the goddamn police. I'm going to stand up some little fucking troll in here acting like a bitch. So, you have my son's first name, Elijah, so I'm not going to take that lightly. If he's out of fucking jail, maybe I'll come have him come fucking help me. All right? Don't be fucking stupid. I ain't doing none of that shit. You're just fucking some dumbass trying to troll. So. Yeah, I seen your stupid ass comment earlier. They didn't make a comment. I didn't comment to it. So, but are you trying to be wise or something? Or are you just trying to copy me? Just trying to be a clone. That's right. If you copy me, because they could do that to anybody in this country right now. Be an asshole to somebody, they can come 5 guys in a van your ass. So they could ice you. It's called the ice wall. Trump said he's putting up the ice wall. Well, guess what? No, that's the wall he was talking about. You thought he was going to build a wall, and instead he put up the ice wall. ISIS. Get it? ISIS. ISIS in America. We got our own ISIS. Oh, Dick. I have to get some more wood for the end of the night. We got lots of wood, though. Boy, we got 5 cords of wood. Yeah, no, he already said some stupid ass shit earlier. He said something about fucking prison or something. So I think he's just trying to be. He probably already had to eat cock meat sandwiches before or something. So he's upset with the world that he's got a sore throat like fucking Donald, like Bubba. Like Bubba. He blows the horn or something. So that's okay. No worries. So let's chooch on some meds here. You go watch some of that. Cobra Commander. Yeah, I think he was just joking. He just joking. I don't get the idea he's being a fucking total prick. I think he's more just joking. I think he's just joking. He's just being silly. We get silly in here from time to time. We do. We get silly from time to time. We can't be all business all the time, man. I don't always act right. I don't always act right. Because I'm left, I ain't right. So. But we'll see. I know it's all in Father's hands. We'll see. You know, again, I don't think that the district attorney even knows how to take. He's a young dude, probably in his, late 30s or something like that. And he's not going to. John has been practicing law since 1982. This guy's a kid. So John was going to crush him in court, And John knows how to fucking pick a jury. And John knows how to. See, they have to do jury selection. They have to get a jury together. They're not going to be able to get a jury together. I already said that. They didn't. They waited too fucking long. I already knew that. I already kind of gave you the hint. So kind of like I knew that attorney was going to call me. And I was getting ants in my pants. That's why I went and got a tattoo on Monday. Get a tattoo on Monday and get to call on Tuesday. So he had to call Tuesday. So that's why I said I'm not going to call him. Fuck it. Remember? I'm not going to call him. If he needs to call me, he will fucking call me. And that was my intuition telling me, just fucking slow down, Turbo. You'll get your call. So now my intuition's telling me they don't have a case. They have to summons everybody to court. They put it together first. They didn't put it together. Why do you think he's asking for a fucking continuance? For Christ's sake, because I wasn't wrong, and I don't like being right. I hate being right. I'm fucking tired of being right. I don't have to be right all the time. But, dude, I got that one right. Oh, we need to extend it into January? Fuck you. So you people summons? No, fuck you. You have a date picked. You can't delay it this long. They can't delay it now. They can't delay it. They can't. They can't go this far in 6 days. You go to trial. 6 fucking days. 6 days they had me going to trial with Paul Palmer that quit as my attorney months prior, who did not give me adequate counsel. So that's why I think, can they put something together in 6 days? I don't think so. Even though it's not, and with John coming in there going, hey, I only need a day. I think he's going there telling him, I got you fuckers nailed to the wall. We don't need to make this some big fucking, fucking Murdoch, Hawaii 5-0 bullshit, the Miami Vice. Fuck, this ain't no Dick Tracy. We got the evidence here. So that's why I told him, they can't convict me. They already dropped my daughter's charges for the same thing. Well, you have a little bit more role in it. Yeah, but still, John, I appreciate you being my attorney, or whatever, tell me the side, but it's the same thing. Saying this one thing. I didn't stop him. And if my son is not in that fucking courtroom and can't say, hey, Elijah, did I stop you on that did I physically stop you? No, I didn't. And I didn't stop him. Therefore, they can't charge me with interfering with a peace officer. Just because I told him to hop over the fucking fence is not hindering prosecution. And remember, they're not going to have any video of a fucking felony looting. And that's the whole reason why they came and SWAT raided the house, because they said it was a felony looting. He didn't even turn on his fucking lights. I didn't see his light. He didn't pull up with no lights on. He didn't have no on. He didn't get out of the car. That's not a felony traffic stop. That's not felony looting. So the whole case is a fucking wash. So, whoa, we're getting a little closer. So I think I nailed it on that one. Well, I'm just saying, they don't even have a time to put a case together. That's why they want to extend the case. Will he just take something? Just see if he'll take just a misdemeanor. No probation, no felony, no supervised probation, no nothing. You know, they'll just put you on misdemeanor and you'll be on unsupervised probation, which is nothing. I could go to expunged in like a year or two. Fuck you. You ain't fucking. No. No. No, motherfucker. Send me to jail then. We're taking it to the box, bitch. See, this is what happens when you have balls. See, I have fucking balls. See, remember, I don't mean to go there. Like, you know, see, remember this? Look at this. See all that testosterone? That's what a man. You look at it, what a fucking man looks like. You know, not one of these pussies that's just gonna fucking take a deal and take it deep. Fuck that. I ain't no bitch. And I don't mean like that. Roll over, honey, kick, or do something, goddammit. Flop like a fish or something. I don't care. Do the mermaid. Do the shrimp or something. Never mind. I'm just kidding. But, you know, no, these people just roll over and take it deep, guys. Hell no. If I want to take it deep, I'm going to fucking fight and kick. I got kicking me, man. I ain't no two-pump chump. Don't work like that. We went here a long time. See, we're already invested a long time. We're going to do this to the end. We're going to make sure everybody's taken care of here. So I'm not even done when I'm done with this case, remember? I got it going on like Donkey Kong until the break of dawn. We're going to tell. That's why I told the attorney today. You tell that fucking attorney that I'm not done with him. If he takes me to court and I go and I win the appellate case, I'm still going to win the case either way. Even if you wrongfully convict me, you tell that. I said to this attorney, even if you wrongfully convict me with some jury, I'm still going to file an appellate case. So I'm going to win because you don't have a case. Remember, I still have the right of Fourth Amendment of affirmative defense. And John just doesn't seem to get that. But I said, John, I'm not talking about it. I don't care. I know my rights. I'm paying you to hyper-focus on getting me out of this. Fuck it. The whole idea was to get Elijah out of this case. So now I need to focus on Elijah. So I'm going to get super hyper-focused on getting the law put back together. Well, how do I do that? By filing a lawsuit. And what will that lawsuit do? Give me money to hire an attorney so I get my son out of these charges. You think I'm fucking done just because he dropped my charges? Did I not make the statement in my discovery that says I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison? Well, what stops? Just because they dropped this case? You think I'm done fucking to try to help my son? You don't stop being a parent just because your children turn 18. I'm not one of those parents. I was a single mom and dad for 8 fucking years, so I don't know how to do anything but be a fucking parent, to be honest with you. Look at me. I'm still in all this trouble because of my son. Not because of me. I wasn't fucking doing anything. I was out here living the goddamn American dream. I've already got my bullshit taken care of in the past and from doing my activism or whatever, but fuck that. This is because I'm trying to make sure my son not getting in trouble because he shouldn't be getting in trouble. If he done something where he should be in jail, I would tell him to go to fucking jail right now. But still to this day, my son has done nothing to be in jail. Even if he went on the run because he was afraid because they grenaded him and shot him. I'd fucking run too. Imagine that. Your dad tells you, hey, if you do what they tell you, they won't shoot you. And they fucking shot him anyways. Well, no shit. He's probably pretty mad at me, huh? I don't think I'd trust a cop as far as I could fucking throw him right now. If I was Elijah, he has all the evidence and he knows that. His wife helped him, so he has a witness. He's not breaking any laws because he has the right of affirmative defense. He's probably scared out of his fucking mind. You know, that fight or flight mode, you know? He's probably still in that flight mode. He was grenaded too, remember? I didn't know that. That's the game changer for me. That's where I didn't understand how my son's actions were. I couldn't justify anything he was doing. How could he not show up to his fucking court date? He's scared as fuck of cops. They fucking shot him with his fucking hands in the air. I don't know what, where, and how, or remember, I have no idea where they fucking shot him. Marshall told me they shot him in the chest. That came from Marshall because I asked Marshall. I figured he'd talk to Elijah. He's the only person who'd know. So I imagine Elijah's scared the fuck out of his mind. If he is alive, he's probably hiding somewhere. He'll fucking come out of the woodworks until his dad's case is done. I guess. I don't fucking know. Remember, I don't think that's what's going on. I think you don't think he's here anymore. Remember, I can't even report his body to the state police. I said that to John today. He's like, they have to take the report. I said, they said they don't have jurisdiction. He said, they can't do that, Tracy. Okay, John. Well, I hear that all the fucking time. Does it change anything? No. So, And I let him know how fucking on the hook Dave Vandenberger is with this case by not dropping this fucking case 14 months ago with this no contact order. They would have went and looked for Adriana that day. They're fucked. Josephine County. I'll be going straight after Josephine County. As soon as that done, I'll be calling Josephine County to report fucking my son murdered again in Josephine County. The day this case is fucking dropped, I am reporting Elijah murdered again. If they don't take a report, I am fucking calling the feds to come out and investigate Josephine County immediately. I want to start from the fucking top down again. So hopefully they'll get it through their fucking head this time. So I'm not done. You think I'm fucking done? It's got my second win, bitch. I told you all night long, like Donkey Kong. I got that shit going like Kama Sutra, bitch. I got more activation, you know, switches, fucking positions than I'm just getting started. I don't mean to go there, but they fucked me. So you just wait till I see what I do to them. And I'm not going to do anything illegal. Like I haven't done anything illegal to begin with. I'm going to use my constitutional rights. So, but this time I'm going to use it. Is growing now. So, these are numbered. So, I'll have to get my shit together and go do this. But it's okay. I will. And then all this will, like I said, it'll come to head here sooner or later. And that might not even happen. None of that, what I just said, might happen. God might throw another complete something I didn't see. But as of now, I have to go to court Monday. And the attorney's going to appear by phone. And I'm going to have to drive my happy ass fucking 3 hours, you know, almost 4 hours out of the way just to go there, show up to say, are you ready for trial on Monday? Yep, I'm ready to go. Let's do this, bitch. So I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut, just like I did last time. Don't say anything. Just let John do all the speaking for me. And we'll see if between this coming up Monday and next Monday, they drop the case. I'm going to say they will. They got to have a case ready to go. Why would they have asked to postpone the case? They don't have any officer summons. They don't have any witness summons. They've got me, but that's, you know, they thought that I would take a fucking deal. So, well, why do you think that? Well, didn't they just offer me just take a misdemeanor and no supervised probation and it'll all be done. They'll drop the whole case. Hey, I can't blame the attorney. That's his job. The district attorney, that's his job, right? Try to get something out of me. Try to get something out of me. But if they see this, no, he's not going to do that. Not take. What do you mean he wouldn't take just a misdemeanor and not any? No, he won't. So I don't think they're ready for trial. And if John comes back to me with a delay, I'm going to ask him to immediately file a motion to dismiss all charges in this case for Sixth Amendment violation of fair and speedy trial. Because I can't keep fucking delaying it like this. And they have 3.5 years to take me in on a felony. They have 3.5 years. But they've already set this and they can't keep delaying it. So, or they want to delay it until they can summons Elijah and Adriana? No. You know what I'm saying? They're not ready. They didn't get anything ready for court. They thought I was going to take a deal. They thought I was going to fuck up and do something else, you know, illegal and get myself on more charges. And then they could just convict me and roll those charges over on those ones as well. That's the way they normally work. They're pretty good at doing that. If you look at the system, that's the way it's kind of designed to do it. So they're not going to always go in and pick up somebody with a warrant. Sometimes they'll wait for you to fuck up again, and then they'll bring you in at the same time. It's more efficient. So I think they're going to drop it now. If they don't, I don't care. And if I go to court, I don't care. My son and daughter are there. I don't know if I'll stay in that courtroom. I seriously don't know if I'll stay in that courtroom. So why? I told that to John. I already told my attorney, if my son and daughter are not there, that's a mistrial. I have the right to call them under my Sixth Amendment. I have the right to call witness in my favor. And he said, well, the state. I said, I'm not talking about the state, John. I'm talking about I have the right to call witness in favor. Me. That's my Sixth Amendment right. They're violating my Sixth Amendment right. If my son and daughter are there, that's a violation of my Sixth Amendment right. And it's a mistrial. So if they take me to trial without my son and daughter there, that is a mistrial, because I do not have the right to suppression of evidence to call witness in my favor. You mean that my son and daughter were in that car that and they're the people who are my witness on whether I did this charge or not, and they were there, and they're not going to have them there at that trial, and they're on my case? You can't do that. You can't do that. That's why I told John, I don't even understand how they're taking it this far, John, but whatever, dude. Whatever, John. That's why I'm paying you. We'll see. We'll see, you know. But I'm not sure. See, John still has to call to witness what he's going to call into discovery. I don't even know my attorney's ready for this court case per se like that. I mean, I think he is, because he actually told me he didn't even know if he was going to have me testify. He said he didn't think he said he didn't know. He said, Tracy, I don't even know if you'll need to testify. I don't know if you'll testify. You can testify if you want to, but I don't know if you'll need to testify. So I might not even go up on the goddamn court. You know what I'm saying? He might, you know. So I'm really starting to look, it's really starting to look like they're not going to be able to put some kind of actual trial together, because, you know, they want an extension. They're not ready. So they can't do that. They can't wait this long out of nowhere and extend it. So I won't accept that. I already told John, no, I can't accept an extension, you know. You know, this is hard. This is kind of hard to fathom that what they're doing here, but no, it's not. They're just not doing anything. They haven't fucking done anything. And neither really has my attorney. He's just banking on the fact that I didn't break the law. And they already dropped Adriana's charges. That's what I told them. They already dropped Adriana's charges for the same thing, John. Well, I know, but you had a little bit bigger role in the case. Yeah, but still, I didn't stop my son. He's a grown-ass man. I heard you said it from your mouth, John, that he's a grown man. If he wanted to stop the car, he could put his foot on the fucking brake and the clutch and pulled over. You didn't stop your son. That is how you could have interfered. If you would have jumped in the fucking driver's seat and said, get out of the way, son, you know, scoot over and jump in the driver's seat, then they could have gotten you for interfering, because you literally stopped your son and you wouldn't let him pull over. Now you're interfering with their arrest. But you telling your son not to stop is not, you know, that's not interfering. Your son is an adult. He's responsible for his own fucking actions. He's not a minor fucking child. He was 25 years old at the time of, you know, you're telling him not to stop the car. He could have just fucking pulled over. So that's not interfering. That's the same reason they fucking took Adriana that day, because they said they heard her in the video say, Elijah, don't stop. And that's why they arrested her for interfering with a peace officer without a fucking warrant. And I told that to John too. And I said, that's a kidnapping, John. And I told him, John, if you kidnap somebody, you know, that's 25 years. And with the gun, that's a life sentence, John. And that's why I'm going after in this case. That's life sentence, John. I said this to my attorney, you know, and he listened to me. He didn't say much. So we'll see what, you know, we'll see what he has to say to the prosecuting attorney. So. What they did was illegal. 100% illegal. John has never disagreed with me on that. But he said that's a civil matter, not a criminal. You know what I'm saying? Although it is criminal what they did, you have to prove that through civil court. It doesn't, you don't do it like that. They have what is called immunity or qualified immunity. And that qualified immunity does allow them not to be sued. Well, if they break the law, though, you can sue them. So then they broke the law. They broke the law by arresting Adriana without a warrant. That is a kidnapping. And I will hold them fucking accountable. Like I said, I'm going to bring this up in court. If they end up saying this, I'm going to say this. You know, if they say, I'm just, you know, the jury say, you do realize that they kidnapped my daughter that day for the same thing. They didn't have a warrant for arrest. They had a warrant for my arrest, which they shouldn't even issue, because all I did was tell them not to stop, and they already dropped her charges. for the same exact charges that you're trying to convict me of. They dropped her charges, and they didn't have a warrant for her arrest that day, and they have dropped her charges, which is a kidnapping. Now, if you had a warrant for me, that's fine, but you had to execute the warrant properly. They came and grenaded my daughter and son. Have we seen the video of that? See, is John calling in the SWAT raid video in Discovery? It should be part of the Discovery in the case, because the SWAT raid was what they ended up doing because of the felony SWAT raid, or because of the felony supposed looting. They came and SWAT raided the house. Don't we get to see what the actions of the police officers did because of what their actions were because of me telling my son to stop? This is their justification for me telling my son not to stop. They fucking grenaded my son and daughter, and that's why they grenaded my daughter. Was that their justification for grenading my daughter? So I never even thought about that ever. Holy shit. No, they wouldn't have grenaded her. That's not a threat to her. She's not being a threat by telling them not to stop. She's not armed. They could have never grenaded her in her sleep. Well, my brain had to pause thinking, how could they ever justify that? They can't. You can't grenade her in her sleep, and especially not have a warrant for her arrest at the time. They never planned on arresting her. So that is a actual kidnapping. And that's why I said to the attorney, that's 25 years, John, for kidnapping her without a warrant. They have to show probable cause. They didn't have it. And they arrested her anyways. So that is horrible fucking police work. So I will hold the state police and the state of Oregon accountable now. So we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. 5 fucking days. Tomorrow's 4 days. Holy Schniker. Holy Schneizer's, Batman. We're getting close. Those last grains are ticking out of the hourglass there. Like sands in the hourglass, so are the days of our lives, right? Oh. That is hilarious, though. I'm about 98% confident that they're going to have to drop this case because of if they wouldn't have said that they needed to, ask for an extension on the case, then I would have thought that they might try to pull this off. But if they're asking for an extension, 2 things the attorney said. I talked to this attorney. They'll drop all the charges if you'll just take a misdemeanor with unsupervised probation. That's the least they can give me right now. That's the least they can give anybody right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the least they can give me, which I would probably accept and go anywhere in the world and wouldn't be, because it's not a felony, but I don't want a record. If I don't have a record, I don't want a record at all. You know what I'm saying? And if I get a record, I'll fight it anyways, because if it's right now, it don't matter. I can still get it expunged later. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a record. So no matter what they do to me, I could later go get it expunged. It doesn't matter what they do to me. Nothing's going to stick on my record permanently. Later down the road, because I don't have a record, I can file for an expungement of any charges that they charged me with. Because, these are non-violent crimes. Like, they don't involve, there's no assault, so it would be probably just a couple years or a few years, and I could have it all taken off my record and have no record, like, fuck that. Why? Either way, I'd have to file an expungement either way. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what the fuck they do to me now. Misdemeanor or felony, I'm going to be able to get it expunged anyways because I don't have a record. You know what I'm saying? If I had a record, I couldn't do that. But I don't have a record, so I qualify. And this is a non-violent crime. Even for violent crimes, it'd be like 7 years or something like that. It would take you to, if you have if there's some kind of violent, there are certain crimes that if it's your first crime and it's not, Measure 11, or there's certain crimes obviously that don't qualify. But you know, if it's even if it's a crime with a victim, there's no victim in this case. There's no victim. Nobody was assaulted. Nobody was battered. I was the fucking one that was battered. Remember, my son and my daughter. But so that's why I'm not like afraid to take it to the box, because even if they convict me or something like that, after I did whatever time I do and do whatever the hell I'd have to do, it's just God's making me do it. I live with that the whole time. God's doing it. I just go get it expunged years later. So there's nothing they're going to do to me more that it's going to make me feel like, oh, I should have done it differently at this point. You know, because I could have told John, all right, fuck it, John, I'll just take that, fuck it, whatever. You know, so I won't have to show up, or it'd be like nothing. It'd be nothing. They'd probably fine me like $500 or something. I'd have to pay a fucking fine. You know what I'm saying? And then they can go and extort me for these other fines out of my merchant number. You know what I'm saying? Out of my merchant number. So, you know what I'm talking about? My bond. So at this point, I need to fight them to not take my bond. I can't willingly let them take my fucking bond. That's a plea. Agreement. I agree. I can't agree. I got to fight this motherfucker to the end to be Christ-like, correct? I can't give in and be a little bitch and curl up at the very last moment. Why would I do that? That just takes everything I did and just throws it all in the trash. I told you I ain't no motherfucking quitter. I fucking finish something that I say I'm going to finish. So when I say I don't do something, I'm not doing it. I ain't never smoked no cigarettes anymore. I don't drink no soda. I don't do certain things. When I turn it off, it's it. It's a light switch, you know. So it doesn't matter. I'm not agreeing them to let them extort my bond. If they extort my bond, it's because they did it through the system, and I let the system do it, and I tried, and the system failed. Well, then, oh well, I at least fucking tried. I didn't go, oh, here, let me spread my ass cheeks for you. Oh, don't worry about no fucking Astroglide or no KY jelly. Just give it to me fucking raw and deep. No, fuck that. Hell no. You better talk dirty to me. You better be nice to me. You better say something. You better whine me, dive. No, we're going to put in the time. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. And it's the attention to detail sometimes that people use, the little things that count, man. Go all the way to the end and leave out that fucking most important little things. I'm going to go all the way this far and fucking hell no, you better make it to the end there, soldier. Give up now and fall out. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I was doing my morals. You know what I'm saying? I'm sticking to my morals. My gut tells me anything can happen because God's in control and he could make it way worse. But no, you got to stand up and do what's righteous. You know, you can't just let them extort. I can't be this pastor and tell you got to stand up to the system, brothers, sisters. I can't be a pastor and show you this whole thing and then cave at the end. What kind of pastor would I be? Oh guys, I took a deal at the very end. You guys said I'd fucking expect you to unsubscribe to this channel. Seriously, dude, to watch me go through all this shit. And that's pretty tempting, what he just said. I could go to fucking, I could leave tomorrow. It could all be over tomorrow. Because it's nothing. That's nothing. That's fucking nothing. That's nothing. Yes, it is. It's everything. It's an agreement to let them fucking take money from me. I agree. I sign here and go, okay, I agree. Oh, here you go. Hell no, I ain't bending over, motherfucker. I'm going to stand up 10-toe. I ain't no slave, bitch. Not like that. I'm a slave for Father. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't here. Every knee will bow when he returns. So this knee ain't bowing until he comes back. And that might not be until I die. When I bow, that's because I put that crown and set it at his feet so he can give me my inheritance after I die. Because ain't nothing in this lifetime will take away from what I have after I die. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I know that I have to stand up and, you know, for this ministry and not for because of being a rebel or trying to rebellious. No, that's what Christ would do. So it wouldn't be right for me to sit here and go all this way and say you have to stand against this no matter what, and let Father cover you no matter what he does to you. Because if they extort my merchant number, then did I do it willingly? If they're taking fucking money from me, that means I got convicted, right? Did I do it willingly? Did I let them fucking take it from me? Did I sign an agreement? Please agree. Please, please, please let you take this money from me. See, you're giving, you're willingly. You're agreeing. A plea agree. You are agreeing. So if I don't agree and they take money from me, I'm not worried about it. I have a covering for that money that they're taking from me. Father will cover me if it does bad things because I didn't do it willingly. There's a lot of people locked in jail that take plea agreements to go to jail too. Do jail time. I'm going to go to fucking jail. I'm not going to do it willingly, right? They're going to make me do it, and I'm not going to allow them to do it to me willingly. So I don't think people have that fight in them anymore, brothers and sisters. They don't even know what it means to take a plea agreement, to take a plea bargain. Bargain. You're taking a gain for the bar. The bar. The bar. Do you know what the bar is? Anybody who is a bar, who they don't take an oath to this Constitution. They take an oath to the Queen, to the bar. That's right. See what I'm saying, Sabrina? So if I caved right now, can you imagine as I pastor sat here the whole time saying, hey, you got to stand up to the beast. You got to stand up to the beast no matter what. You got to put your neck out there. And then I come at the last second and say, well, John said, I can take a plea agreement and all this will go away, guys, and we'll have nothing. It's nothing. My life can go on. I'll get my life back right there. I could have told John right there, bam, and it would be over today. I'd go down there, sign it, all be over. I wouldn't be on probation. Nothing would happen. I just have probably, like I said, interfering with the hindering prosecution, misdemeanor hindering prosecution on my record. So, like, what did he do? Well, he hid evidence, or, they don't really know, what I'm saying? He lied to him about something, or they don't really have a whole big detail. So that's not like harassing police, menacing the police, interfering with a peace officer, hindering prosecution. Those are more when a cop sees those charges. You got to imagine when a cop pulls me over and he sees my charges, they don't like me because my charges are all against cops. Remember, I'm not a menace to society. I'm a menace to the police. So I have cop charges. I'm not menacing society. All my charges are police charges. So I have to think about that in the future, when I get pulled over, right? If I had a charge and they saw me interfering with a peace officer, they're not going to treat me nice, right? And I don't care how they fucking treat me. I'm just saying, you got to look at that. So do I think I care about how I don't care about any of that. Just so you know, I don't care about it. Their Father's going to do whatever, I'm saying, that they're going to do to me. Father already wrote what they're going to do to me. So the worst thing I could do right now as your pastor, to sit up here for 18 months to bitch and whine and cry my eyes out at times and not lose my mind, but try to keep some kind of bearing, telling you got to stand in faith, and whatever happens to you, you have to let it be Father's will be done. And I told you over and over, I pray for a Father's will. So why would I agree? And like I said, I think if right now, if I came in here and asked you and said, oh, hey, well, Sabrina, I just talked to John and he said that I can take agreement right now. I'll be able to stay with pants and get my life back. And it's not that big a deal because it's just a small charge. I won't be on probation. It's basically like it all goes away. What do you think I should do? And I think you would come in here and I'm not telling you what to say, but I think if it was me and I was your pastor and I said something like that and I came, because I asked you guys, I've come and confided in you guys on a lot of things. If you look, I have come to you and asked you guys on a lot of things. I have. Just what do you think, guys? And notice with this one, I didn't come here and ask you, what do you think I should do, guys? Because if I came in here and, if Connection's still in here, I'm not sure who's in here right now, and said, my regulars say, hey, guys, what do I do, man? This is one misdemeanor. It's not going to even, I get it expunged. It's nothing. It's like them smacking me on the hand. You know what I would say to you? If I was your pastor and I was following you, what I'm saying, the whole time and telling you, and I came in here and say, hey, guys, what do you think I should do about this misdemeanor charge? It's like nothing, guys. I'm telling you, it literally is nothing. What they've just offered to me is a slap in the wrist. It literally is like through all this, SWAT raided the house to get a misdemeanor, with no supervised probation. All of that for no supervised probation and a misdemeanor? You know what I would tell you? Fuck you. I'm unsubscribing from this channel. You're a fucking hypocrite, dude. You sat there the whole time and told us we're supposed to stand in faith, like Daniel, have lion's den faith, and here you're going to make it to the last thing and you're going to agree? You told us we've got to stand against this. When a cop pulls us over, we got to at least try, not just lick the boot. It doesn't mean we can't. Hey, I got kids at home. You know, I'm not just going to let you fucking extort me, though. If under the threat of arrest and being extorted, sure, here's my license, here's my name, but not because you didn't extort, you were going to extort me. You know what I'm saying? I would hope that you would call me out as a hypocrite and say, what the hell, man? That's not, wait a minute, the whole time you said you got to stand in faith and not give into the system, and now you're going to take, I mean, that's a good deal, but fuck that, man. That's not faithful like Daniel. That's not what you were telling us. That's hypocritical. So you told us the whole time we can't agree to let them merchandise us, but now you're going to take a deal? I'm not subscribing for your channel. You're a fucking hypocrite, dude. That's what I would hope that all of you would say. If I came in here after all this time and then said, hey guys, you know, the attorney said that they would give me a deal, and I don't get no felony charges, no jail time, probably no fines. There'd probably be no fines, maybe no fines, no nothing. It's just the smallest of charges, misdemeanor, interfering, hindering prosecution. Misdemeanor, hindering prosecution, no supervised probation, no nothing. I don't have to report. And I have probation for like 1 year, 12 months or 24 months or something. I don't even know what they would give me. You know, 1 year probation, probably 1 year probation, 12 months, unsupervised probation. I basically get a small dink on my record for trying to, you know, stop them from trying to arrest my son. I would expect you guys to call me out as a hypocrite. Say, dude, you're a hypocrite. You sat there the whole time and told us we're supposed to stand against the system. You said you're going to go to trial. You told us to take it to the box, and now you're taking an agreement, dude. Why would you do that? So I would hope that that's what you do. And so that's why I can't do that, because then I would be a fucking hypocrite all this time to sit there. And it's not out of pride. It's about keeping my word and showing you that I'm not afraid of no matter what they do to me. Even if they convict me, I'm okay with that. Nothing they're going to do to me is not what Father didn't already want. Done, wrote, already for the foundation of the world. So I would hope, again, if I came in here and, you know, ran it by you, and I'm not running it by you, because I'm not taking no agree to anything. I'm not agreeing to let them take money from my merchant number. That is just part of my whatever. I'm part of this system right now. And it is what it is. Even though in the beginning, all this arrests me under the name Apocalypse, Revelation, we'll just let that go for now. So I want to say thank you for being there for me, because I'm glad I can come in here and tell you that I'm feel abundant that I have you guys to share this with, and that no matter what happens to me, please don't worry about me. Father is going to do to me whatever he wants to do to me. And whatever has happened to Elijah, it's already happened. Whatever's happened to Adrian has already happened. So I'm thinking that after this is finished, if that's the case, that I'm going to immediately try to locate my daughter. And I'm going to immediately try to file. I will be starting the lawsuits almost immediately. I have to hold them accountable. So thank you, Father, for making me not weak and, oh my God, that would be so easy. It would be, oh, come on, Tracy, that's not even hardly anything. Well, yeah, one lie and 99 truths is a lie. And 99 lies and the truth is still a lie. So it would be hypocrisy if I was to sit there and tell you we need to stand against this system. And I have. Well, Tracy has stood up all the way to the end. you avoided going to jail. If I'm supposed to go to jail, brothers and sisters, I was already supposed to go to jail. So I'm not. Jail is jail. It's not the end of the world. So where I want to be? No. Don't want to be in jail. I want to go fishing now. I want to get my fishing license and get mobile. Get mobile. That's what I want to do. I still have chores here and things that need to be done, but they're going to get put on pause for a little bit. Because if I can free to move out the cabin, I'm going to enjoy my time. So I can maybe just do it, within the United States. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not going to make any plans, but I am thankful again that I have this ministry to bounce off of. And for the last 18 months, it's been a hell of a ride, but we're here. We made it, and not too many more days. This will have some kind of result. There has to be some kind of results here within the next week or two. So I don't think, I told you they could postpone it. I said there might be something, but I don't want it postponed. So I don't think John's going to allow him to postpone it. I don't see how they can do that again. So if they postpone it, I think they're just fucking with me more. And they could do that. They might just do that. So I'm not going to count on that. They might not extend this out till January now, guys. So who knows, man? It's on the table now. It's on the table. So there could be something, and here we go, so. But I feel as if no matter what, because I don't agree, and they do convict me wrongfully, and I have to file an appellate case in this case, or whatever it takes to do it, I will. I'll see it through, but I can't cave here at the end and let them take something from me. If they're going to do it, it's because they do it not by my willingness. I will not willingly do this. Why would I willingly let them take something from me when I didn't do anything illegal? If I did something illegal, then I would fess up to it, but I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't done anything. So if I had done something illegal, it's not interfering. It's not hindering. I have that right. I have the right of affirmative defense. I told that to my attorney today or yesterday. Fourth Amendment right to affirmative defense, protect myself from legal prosecution. That is my Fourth Amendment right. So I've always had that right. That's why I know in the very beginning of what I was doing. So I told my attorney, you might not like what I say when I told him that, right of excused defense. It excuses my actions in civil and criminal court. You don't want to bring it up, that's fine, but it is my right. I've always had that right under the Fourth Amendment. And so we'll see. The days are ticking down now. I'm feeling a little better. Not much, but a little better. I am. How could I not? I feel a little better, for Christ's sake. I wish I had a big fat beer or something to drink right now. 40. I would. I mean, oh, they must be coming back. Did he make it back? Yeah, you getting made it back. Hold on. Did I put the chickens up? Did we put the ladies up? I think we did. I think he's going to the back to get water. He's going to the back to get water. He's just going to get water. He's going to get water. I gotta get all his tanks filled up. Well, I mean, oh, just a little bit, knowing that, not that anything like there's any results here or anything is a brain, but that I was correct once again. And I don't mean to go there. It's just like another Noah moment, knowing that I knew they weren't ready. I told you that. And we just started, I don't mean to run that in a circle, but they already, you know what I'm saying? They didn't prepare. They didn't fucking prepare this case. They're not ready to go to trial. Why would they have asked for an extension? Because they're not ready to go to trial. You might want to try to learn something and then hope, you know. So that's where I'm at right now. I just feel a little better that I was correct, and it's going to lead me a little bit closer to, you know, feeling as if they don't really have anything, and it's just going to be really hard for them to convict me at this point. That's what I feel. It's almost an impossibility at this point. Could they try? Sure. Might they? Sure. But there's no luck. So it's not a matter of probability. 100%. What is going to happen? It's going to happen because Father wanted it to happen that way. But so I got to put some A&D on this. Try to keep this thing. Take care of. The guy's like, well, so do you want new skin? Or I was like, no, I don't. He's like, dude, you do what you want with your tattoos. You obviously know how to heal a tattoo. So I like just put a little bit of A&D. I don't like to goop it too much because I don't like it to get all nasty, you know. So anyways, apologize. I have to keep that. Just keep it kind of for the first, you know, 24, 72 hours, as much as that you can keep the surface kind of, you know, sealed up. It's no different than having like a new skin on there, which does kind of blocks that on there, but I don't need I don't need that on there. I know how to heal tattoos. So I can heal a tattoo. So, but this one's doing excellent. It is doing great. It's doing really good. It heal without having no scabs. And I have had that, you know, I don't know why. The more I have tattoos, the less, God, when I got some of my first tattoos, they would scab up bad. Really a lot. I mean, bad scab up, but God, I ate sugar back then. Diet was horrible. My whole diet was disgusting back then. My diet was freaking disgusting when, you know, I first started getting tattoos. I don't have that diet anymore. This tattoo did not scab at all. Well, I take that back. I had one little tiny, and it was just barely. No scabs. That tattoo. So, and I have in the past, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I haven't before. I've had areas, you know, like all this, remember some of my first tattoos, you know, all that all scabbed. This, even though that's a perfect, it's scabbed up. You know, I've had some, you know, this, you know, I've had, so, you know, others had issues, and not my last, that one didn't scab, that one didn't scab, this one's not scabbing up, that one didn't scab, that didn't scab, that one didn't, these didn't, that one did, that one didn't, this one didn't, but this did a little bit from the same artist, you know, and just down in here in this area a little bit, because I think he just shoved it in there way too hard. Was the artist's fault, you know, just the way my veins are too. I think he struggled a little bit around rolling around my vein, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to get that. I got kind of some pretty hard veins. I have veins in my hands and more of my, right now you can see this one's pretty swollen, but my hands get some pretty deep, you know, well, you can see all those veins in my hands. So when they're tattooing and stuff, like I said, even on the bottom of my wrist, that there's veins. And I think that's when he was struggling right there on that portion, because it's rolled right there. And he just was nailing me. I'm like, damn, put it in there. And that's the only area on that. But A&D is what I use. Don't use Neosporin. You can use whatever works for you, but I use A&D. Butt ointment, you know, you put like on a baby's butt. That's what I use right there. And I've used this for the last 10 years, and I don't really get very little. I don't overuse it. I don't like getting it all goopy, because then I feel like you get yuckies in it, you know, you get nasties in it, and you might as well just put the new skin over the top of it, and, you know, because you got to keep it clean. You got to keep that tattoo clean. It's very important to keep your tattoo as clean as possible. Um, it can get dirt on it, but you need to keep it clean, get it cleaned off. I mean, if it happens, especially so when you get stuff like that, you work and then you have that on there. So it's winter time right now. I'm not gonna be working a lot. I kind of just gave up. Said, well, I ain't doing shit. I might be going to jail, so I might not be working at all, like that. And so I'm not gonna try to do anything too strenuous before before this one heals. And if this one's doing as good as it does, it's not gonna scab up, and hopefully so far it looks good. It could. I mean, they can still do it later. They can get close, then all of a sudden kind of come into their own once that outer portion comes up. Because see, my hand's still a little swollen right now, just a little bit, you know, just from the trauma from getting drilled on. And then once that goes away, it can kind of have another little push. I've seen people get kind of doing good, and all of a sudden they scab up and wonder what happened. Well, your body's kind of going through a little trauma there. But I like to just keep about that much on there. See that? And then it'll go away. But as long as I keep where it's not, see, that's even a little too much. And that's okay, because I know it'll, A&D dries up too. I like A&D. It's not oily. You know what I'm saying? A&D is not oily. It goes away. A&D is not oily. I don't like oil in my finger. I don't like getting oil on my, like lotion on my hands. And when I have to, you know what I'm saying? But it's too, I don't like that oily feeling. Even though this is a thick, you know, it's real thick. It's just not oily. It is almost like a Vaseline, but it goes away into my skin. I mean, your skin could take it totally different. I told you that the tattoo artist, he's like, dude, the purple will not come out of your skin. I've never seen anybody's skin do it as your skin is like everything. I've tried everything. It won't go away. I said, I've heard that multiple, you know, heard that more than, you know, a couple times in my tattoo, you know, that's the way he's like, that's weird, man. Your skin just is not giving up that, so, but we all need a little bit, because remember, Sabrina, we're all different pH balance. You're a woman, right? You got estrogen, and, you know, I got testosterone. So there could be certain things that work for me that your body can reject. And maybe because you're a woman, the next woman won't have any issues with it. So we're all kind of very different. So that's why I tell people, but stay away from things like Neosporin and some of these other things that are, you can look, there's some things you don't want to put on your tattoo at all. So I would definitely stay away from Neosporin. Anybody would discourage them ever for using any of that. Even like a bag balm. I've used bag balm before on tattoos. But you know what bag balm is? They use it for udders, for chapped udders. As a matter of fact, when I was young, I used to use that for most of my, I used bag balm for this tattoo, and this tattoo's 30, you know, shit like that. I was thinking about the other day. I was like 30-year-old tattoo. I called it 20, like a 30-year-old tattoo. And I used bag balm on that one. And that's what they use. But bag balm is pretty good stuff. I've used that before. And bag balm is very similar to like an A&D. You know, you put that on a cow's udders for having chapped udders, you know, from milking, or cows can get chapped udders from the wind, you know, big hanging out there in the wind, them bags hanging out there, they get a little wind chapped. So sometimes putting a little something like this too, and same thing with them, because you're not going to want them thing hanging down and then getting all oily and sticky and full of, that's going to cause them to get infection. So you need something. That's why bag balm, I think, is this to me is very similar to a bag balm. It goes into the skin and then moisturizes the skin, and it doesn't leave a sticky surface. It's going to be sticky at first for a minute until it absorbs into the skin, but not sit there like kind of like Vaseline does sometimes. It doesn't want to absorb into the skin very much. Well, it's a jelly, it's proline, but it too will, you know, but that's a little bit more oily base, you know, and some things will sit on top of your skin and cause you to get infection because you're bringing in dirt, you know, which can bring in and cause, and dirt, not that the dirt's that bad. Dirt's fine. I take, when I'm out here in the desert, and I know that sounds silly, but I'm out here in the desert and I cut myself, when I'm working, I shove dirt in it. I say people watch me like, dude, did you just shove your hand in the dirt? I'm like, yeah. Like, dude, I've never said, yeah, well, it'll stop the bleeding. But you just got dirt in there. It's freaking dirt, dude. We're made from the dirt. Aren't you worried about it? No, I'm not. Dirt's fine. The dirt's not going to get it infected. It's the wet nastiness. And then that, dirt, if it stops the bleeding, I'll go rinse it and clean myself up afterwards. But the dirt's not going to hurt it at all. This is dry, alkaline, desert dirt. No. So I've never seen anybody do that before. Oh, it's bleeding. Shove your hand in there and just whatever and go back to work. Stop the bleeding. But some of the best cuts I've ever got, shoved dirt in it. And like I said, at the end of the day, I washed my hands. It didn't bleed. And so it's not sitting there festering and getting nasty. And I just cleaned it out at the end of the day and it's fine. I'm not talking about a big, massive cut, but your hands bleed quite a bit. Your extremities, your hands, your feet, and your head are going to bleed more than any part of your body because they're the end of your capillary, so the end of your circulatory system is your hands, your feet, and your head, right? So you're going to bleed out of your extremities. But so what if it's not too big of a cut or something? I just shove my hand in the dirt, I shove dirt in it and it won't bleed anymore. Otherwise it gets sit there and have a Band-Aid on it and, it gets nasty. And I like my wounds to dry out and heal and not be, just saying smaller cuts, not big cuts. Bigger cuts, I'm not going to big open gashing wound. No, I'm going to go get the iodine out and clean that thing out and get some new skin or some butterfly stitches or something, or whatever, tape or whatever, duct tape, whatever. But yeah, just for smaller little hand cuts or something that's, bam, right in the dirt, Band-Aid stops the bleeding. It does. It works better than a Band-Aid. It works. I've never had an infection from doing that either. You know what I'm saying? On one where I did that, we're like, man, I shouldn't have done that because I got a little infection or I got a little something there. No, never bothered it at all. As a matter of fact, it stopped bleeding. It kind of went away. And by the end of the day, like I said, it just kind of ended up mending itself right back, and when I washed my hands, I never had something in that small, the body eat that stuff up. It's organic freaking dirt, for Christ's sake, I don't know. You could stick your hand in anything, and it could be something in that too and get it. I'm not recommending people do that, but for me, it works. So, but just stop the bleeding, so I don't like to have the heavy moisture. I did that for Kid on this because he asked me to. I left it for 3 days, and he said, please leave it on for 3 to 5 days. And that for 3 days, I took it off. I just couldn't, And I did it because I kept my word. And he said, would you just try because I want you to, I want that to go in there. I put it in pretty light again. I didn't want to, overdo you again. I put it in light and I did it light again. I didn't, because this is how I tattoo. And if you have any issues, you can take it off if you want to. I don't doubt that you know how to heal your tattoos like he told me. It's just, I told you I put it in real light. And so that's why I said you can come back and get the dark. And, I just said, all right, well, Kid, I'm used to getting one tattoo. It's like I told this guy, I don't want to come back and get any touch-ups, okay? I don't want to get any touch-ups if I have to, because I had to make a couple little corrections here and there. And he said, oh, good eye, good eye. I said, well, yeah, I've got a lot of tattoos. I'm pretty good at it. I'm not afraid to ask, if I see something, but I don't want to come and get a touch-up. I like getting a tattoo the first time, one time. I've gotten many tattoos where I had to go back. I've had my ditch done 4 or 5 times. When I told that to my artist, he's like, damn, 5 times you had your ditch done? It's like, wow, it's pretty crazy, man. I was like, well, whatever. It's changed over time. I've got pictures of it. It's just evolved into the rest of the tattoo. And he actually thought too, he said, and I think I was pretty impressed by that. I thought that was pretty awesome that he's like, so who's the artist? Who did your sleeve? Who's the artist? Who did your sleeve? I said about 7 artists. He's like, damn, maybe more, 8, and some other, and some smaller pieces. But he's like, well, that really goes together really well. I said, yeah, that's why I've had to have some of this stuff reworked, because I'm having it all blended back together, into itself. If you want to get all these colors and mesh together like I have them, go back in and work some of these, because he thought it was all done at, at one artist, and that's awesome. I'm happy with that. It's like what I've got going here. Look, it's my design. See, it's that same design, very similar with the gap and the lines. Has that same feel. So I don't know if you see that, but it's all. See what I'm saying? So I put that together. These layers. I don't mean to go. It's like a bracelet. And I'm not like I'm wearing bracelets. Yeah, because he asked me, he's like, he thought it was done. I was like, no, that's done over long. He's like, wow, that all goes together, I said, yeah, because I design it I do the design of my tattoos, and I let you artists run with whatever you want to do. And like, look at now, he made that scorpion tail look, and he did that just on his design, and I just like that because that's just kind of the way it is. That let him do his design, but yep, it's all. Thank you, Father, for having the ability to heal, because some people have a lot of problems through the healing process too, and that sucks after getting a good tattoo and then end up getting your tattoo all turning out like crap because it scabs up and it doesn't want to heal properly. And it's not that if you get scabs that it can't heal properly. I'm just saying it's nice when your body doesn't get traumatized as much, and I really think that's what it is. I'm really thinking that diet has more of anything to do with it. Since I've eaten healthy, all these tattoos that I've gotten have healed just so fast. Like this tattoo, I am still shaved. I'm still shaved right here. My hair hasn't even grown back, and this tattoo is healed. My hair hasn't even grown back, and the tattoo is healed. And he did the whole tattoo twice. Now, you know what I'm saying? This is a complete once over twice. That's two tattoos in one. Kind of, I don't always want that, but that's what ends up happening. But now look at, you know what I'm saying? That there's still no hair right there. You got hair right here. See, all that shaved. There's still no hair right there, but the tattoo is healed. Never your hair grows back before your tattoo starts, completely healed. So, but I'm telling you, I'm thinking, no, my skin is weird. I know that's already, my skin is kind of strange because as a tattoo artist, they see a lot of skin. They've said something about, just the way my skin, they're like, not that it's still skin. So but just the way it takes ink, or the way with that purple, that's what he kept saying. The purple won't come off. I'm like, I know. He's like, it's all in all your pores, and it's like in all the pores over here. I didn't even put it. I just wiped a little bit with all my knuckles were black, and he's like trying to wipe it all off. I'm like, well, it's not going to come out. And he's like, that's crazy. He's like, because they're used to rubbing it away, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? As they work, some of it's there, and if they want lines, they take it away, and they don't want that there. And so he was kind of frustrating him a little bit. He's like, dude, I can't get these, and he kept going back, and he's like, because he didn't want to tattoo it, tattoo some of the lines that they take out, they try to wipe out. Like, because he had to design all of to go together for them all to fit, fit together. He had to add a little bit over here and take a little bit over that way to get it to fit on my wrist, the way to get it to fit around. So he had to go in and he drew, and then where he drew, he could get that to come off with the red marker. He said that, but he said that he couldn't get the black. He's like, the black's doing the same thing as the purple, because he used another one. He had a little black, he's like, why is that doing the same thing? I said, I don't know. It's just the way my skin is. He's like, your skin is weird. I gave this to come off. He go through this, and he, he went, like I said, he went and got some thing from the other guy or whatever, some other, but he got it. It's almost out of there now. I can still see a little bit. I've been washing my hand, getting it to come out of there. It just takes it's still in my knuckles a little bit. I can still see some of the black. My knuckles were all black. But look at how good it's healing, though. You guys, we might be another 3 or 4 days and that thing might be healed. You know, I just came from the tattoo shop a couple of days, right? 2 days ago. I'm not saying, you know, but almost. I only feel a little tiny. This is you guys don't know what it's like to get. That's not that big a deal, but that's a pretty tender spot on your hand over here. That normally will scab. That will scab, and I feel a little tiny bit like it might. Over here too, right? All in here, especially right in here. This will scab pretty bad. It's soft. It's just tender. That skin area is just a little bit tender right in there. Nothing. Feels so nice and so I'm thinking hopefully if I just keep a little bit on there like I do, it'll be just like this one. Because I'm not getting any. Like I said, only got one little spot right up here and another little spot on this one, right? You can't see on this one here, but it was like right there. It was just a little tiny spot, one right there. The rest of it was just, and that one never scabbed it, you know. This never scabbed. No scabs at all. And that was healed in like 10 days. I mean, it wasn't completely healed, but it never scabbed. So it wasn't, you know, when it's not in that mode where it's in that scab, you're probably not going to knock it out, you know. Like no matter what, I keep trying to have, look at that's taken. Ah, that's so awesome. They freaking rammed that in there last time. So this is a really hard spot for your skin to take right there too. Just little spots that we have, the body likes to just push it out. So that's why he put extra in right here. They're a little bit darker right there. But he said, I'm almost certain no matter how much I put in there, it's going to fade. And then it'll end up looking just like the rest of it. So see how that's a little bit darker? But it's because where he put it, look, there's still that darn black in my, can't get that out of the crack of my skin no matter how much I wash that in there. But, all right, well, thank you, Father, for good tattoos. You know what I'm saying? Love having good work and being able to share with my with the work, you know. Yeah, it's taking time. It's a labor of love, you know. I'm ready for the armpit tattoo, but I think I might wait. We'll see. I might do some more work on this other arm, get a little inspired to get some more work and get some more sleeve work down here. I'd like to have both my arms done. If I don't get them both done, that's okay. Just having the one sleeve's okay, but I don't know. This one's kind of inspired me to go back at, get some more work. Because it's for the ministry. It's teaching. I want the 4 horsemen of Revelation. I actually want the 2 white horses, remember? There's going to be the white horse of Revelation, the one that comes back with the crown, right? And the bow. But there's the one that comes back with the scepter. So there are 2 riders on white horses. So that'd be pretty cool too. Just have those 2 white horses sit next to each other, one with the crown, one with the bow, and then the other riders separately, like, you know, one red, one maybe the 2 riders with the white here, and then one over here with the black, and then one with the red, and the one with the pale green. You know, they don't have to be in order. I know the order of how they come. Most people don't know what they represent, but we have already seen the rider on the white horse, right? So the one that brings the toxon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Yeah, I'd want to do it before I ever go to the woods. You know what I'm saying? I'd want to be all healed up before I go to the woods. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We'll see. You know, I like a little healing time when I get my tattoos so I can make them, you know, heal them up correctly. Oh, guys, it's puppy time. Let me get my big pup in here. Yes, my biggest boy is such a good job today. You were the best puppy I ever did have. Today, you were so good today. Do you know how good you were today?
You couldn't have been a better puppy today. You couldn't have been a better puppy. You couldn't have been a better boy. You were the best boy that I ever did have. I really wish you wouldn't get on me, but I still love you. So he's the best puppy I ever did have. He's my biggest guy now. He's my biggest one that I have now. You're the biggest one. You're my big bone. Can you be my biggest now? Will you be my biggest bone? Yes, you are. He's the biggest puppy I have now. The only biggest one that I have, but he's my biggest. And I sure love him. Oh man, I don't have any ice, but that's okay. It's a little bit cold because I put it outside for a little bit. Oh, I think I put the ladies up. Maybe I didn't. I gotta go see if I put the ladies up too, I guess. Let's go see if they put the ladies up. That's gonna get some more firewood too, huh? Put the last piece in there. Oh. You're the best puppy in the wide world. You're the best one that I love. More for the kittens. Kittens, kittens, kittens. The kittens that I love. Puppy gravy. Puppy gravy. You were my boy today. I'm going to put those chicken ladies up there. Hold on. Some more firewood. More firewood.
All right. Woo. All right. Take a break, get something to eat here for dinner. Maybe come back on a little later on. Appreciate you coming here. Just thought to hang out for a little bit. Yeah, cool. No, I appreciate you guys coming in. I'm going to shut this one down. Appreciate you guys coming in again, hanging out here. Wanted to just touch bases with you guys again and knocked out another day. Give some of you guys an update on what's going on here. So got to hear from the attorney. Good stuff. So that was yesterday. We'll get through and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Father's got me in his writing, so we'll see what he's got for me. So enjoy the rest of your evening. If I don't come back up here, maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. If not, stay in the word. You never know. Anything's possible. Hamashiach could come back at any moment. We don't know. You're supposed to have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil and be girded in his service. I hope that's what you're doing. So we'll see you on the next stream. If you want to thumbs up, links in the description to support the ministry monetarily. Come back when you have time. That's more valuable than any money you can give the ministry. So we'll see you then. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.